the legendary Hollywood director. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626 is shortlisted for Cannes. Please subscribe and vote. Bryan Cranston sat aside, listening to his agent trying to get more convenience for his actor contract. With his achievements in the film and television industry, the salary for being the male lead of Breaking Bad is almost $120,000 per episode, which is enough to match his worth. After signing the long-term contract, Bryan and his agent left with a script. On the other side, Blake and Mark Turturro were sitting opposite each other in an office, discussing and thinking hard about the shooting plan of this drama. After a long time, Mark Turturro broke the silence and said, "As for the actors, most of them have been selected. Mr. Last has also given a candidate for the leading role, Walter White, and the image is quite suitable, so the most important thing now is to set up the framework first." Mark came to him to discuss the preparations for the crew. For this project, Lyman handed most of the workload to these two people, and although Mark was listed as the producer for convenience, he still had to spend a lot of energy on storyboarding and confirming the actors. The location is New Mexico. I went there last time, when I was filming No Country for Old Men. The terrain and environment there are suitable for the scenes in the script. So, I will go there, to build the set tomorrow, and you stay here, to decide on the props and costumes. We should be able to start filming next week. Mark nodded and agreed. For him, this filming of Breaking Bad is definitely the biggest opportunity in his life. Whether he can change the status quo and stand out in the future depends on this project. Therefore, his creative passion is extremely high now, and he is eager to shoot. And Lyman is not a person who does not trust people. He gave him a lot of autonomy, which also made him excited. After confirming the shooting date, Lyman met Mark Turturro and Blake in the office again. After some encouragement, he asked them to go to the finance department to mobilize the second $3 million shooting budget. On April 17th, the entire crew of Breaking Bad went to New Mexico to shoot. At the same time, the 59th Cannes Film Festival, which will open next month, has announced the shortlist of the main competition unit. No Country for Old Men and Babel have successfully become the 21 selected films. In this regard, Lyman and Lyman have repeatedly discussed the release date of No Country for Old Men. If they want to use the influence of the film festival to expand the energy of publicity and distribution, it is best to release it 6 days after the opening of Cannes, which is Wednesday, May 24th. First, Cannes needs to build up the reputation of the film first, which takes time. Second, in order to cooperate with the publicity, it is also necessary to leave a certain amount of time for the distributors of Blue Butterfly Pictures, so that the popularity of this series of screenings can be maximized to North American theaters and audiences. In this regard, Lyman's consideration is thoughtful, and Lyman also agrees to release No Country for Old Men in this way. At the same time, he communicates with the theater chain in advance to select the release date and arrange the number of screens. Because No Country for Old Men does not need to be screened on a large scale, but rather on a long-term word-of-mouth screening, this time, relying on the increasingly mature online public relations and advertising of Blue Butterfly Pictures, it can complete the distribution work very well, and there is no need to use joint promotion. After all, although joint promotion can concentrate more theaters and publicity resources, which is conducive to increasing the total box office, it is not necessarily all good for Firefly, because it needs to share profits. In other words, some movies that can be distributed by themselves do not need to share money with others. This is easy to understand. The next morning, the day after the list of shortlisted candidates for the Cannes main competition was announced, Lyman convened a meeting with Lyman, Joseph, Ryan, Thomas, Alejandro and his partner Guillermo Arriaga. Guillermo Arriaga is the screenwriter and producer of many of Alejandro's films, and is also the core member of their small group. This meeting, of course, discussed how to take advantage of the situation. And taking advantage of the situation, or the Cannes Film Festival, is naturally the issue of winning awards. As long as you get a significant award, many media will spontaneously promote it. If you use it well, it will be the best hot report. But the question is, which award is easier to win? The people sitting around a table in the middle. Lemon must be sitting at the top, and Guillermo Arriaga is at the end. Let's discuss the awards first. The Palme d'Or. It's the most important, but also the most difficult to win. Off-site factors can interfere with the least energy. The organizing committee still has some stands. The foundation of a film festival is fairness. Even if it can't do everything, it can't be impossible. This option requires a certain amount of luck. After ruling it out first, Lyman said with a document in his hand, "I think it would be good to give priority to the actor award. The subject matter of No Country for Old Men is limited, and the acting performances of several actors are really outstanding. If anyone among them can win the Cannes Best Actor award, there will be a lot of topics to report, and the publicity will be wider." Well, it's feasible. Joseph was the first to agree. If you want to go for word-of-mouth long-term screening, starting with the actor's acting skills to hype up the popularity is a good entry point. Lyman continued, "As for Babel, it will not be released in traditional theaters. If it can win the Grand Jury Prize or the Best Screenplay or the Best Golden Camera, similar to the Best Director, but less important, mostly to encourage newcomers, any of these categories can sell well on the trading platform for copyright fees." Alejandro heard everyone start discussing his work, and said that it was possible to win important awards, and suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of vanity. Of course, for these literary directors, pursuing such vanity is not a bad thing. If there is no such fame and fortune, who would still shoot literary works with heart? I'm afraid it will be replaced by commercial films immediately. The film festival is the last pure land of literary films. Best screenplay may be difficult. Guillermo, who was sitting at the end, said, "I have already won it at the last Cannes Film Festival, and I still owe a little favor. The organizing committee should not choose to re-elect." Well, everyone present, except Alejandro, was shocked by this sentence. No one expected that Guillermo had been quiet all the time, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would talk about explosive news. However, Guillermo did win the Best Screenplay award last year for The Three Burials of Escada, and that movie was starred by Luc Besson. Then, the Best Screenplay award can only be ruled out. Everyone knows that it is more difficult to win consecutive awards than the first time. Instead of looking forward to this, it is better to find ways to exert efforts elsewhere. For a while, everyone's desire to talk faded. There are only a few important awards to choose from, so just focus on public relations and set goals. Besides, man proposes, God disposes. Doesn't it mean that, if you do public relations, you will definitely get it, but you just need to work hard in this direction? Whether it succeeds or not, it always requires a little luck or something else. After waiting for a while, Lemon saw that the discussion was almost over, so he announced the dissolution of the meeting. After a business talk, everyone went back to their own business. Lemon also went to the office and picked up the latest report for approval. Now, Little Miss Sunshine and Breaking Bad have entered the shooting stage. In Zack Snyder's Sparta, the tough guys have not finished their training. I heard that the actors have complained that the intensity of the training is too high. However, no one quits, except that they have persisted for so long, and it is not stupid to quit at the end. The main reason is that there is also compensation in the signed contract. Delaying the filming of a movie will cost a lot of money, and the Prestige, with Nolan, has been going smoothly. However, another project Juno, that was set early has not been put on the agenda. The reason is that the director that Lemon has taken a fancy to is temporarily unavailable and needs to wait without the director. The progress is naturally slow. In addition, Akiva Goldsman has agreed to co-develop the project The Last Days. However, this one needs to wait until the sequel to New York Trip is released first. Akiva doesn't mind waiting. Anyway, he doesn't have the money to invest in such a big production. As for the sequel of New York Trip, Lemon initially named it I'm a Hero, learning from the name of I'm Legend. The story follows the setting of New York Trip and tells the story of an ordinary office worker living in Brooklyn, New York, who runs around because of the problem of zombies. In the middle, he has highs and lows, and finally died at the hands of the survivors instead of the zombies. For reference, the Japanese zombie movie Please Call Me a Hero, the Thai zombie movie The Desperate Backpacker, and World War Z. Chapter 627 Zombie Trilogy. Subscriptions. Votes. World War Z mainly draws on the big scenes of the zombie siege in it, and the plot is still based on the latter two. Among them, The Desperate Backpacker of Ghost 5 is a short film in the entire series of Ghost 5. It tells the story of a young man and a woman who took a ride on the road with backpacks to Bangkok, but unexpectedly, the ride also carried a lot of stowaways, and all of them were trapped, and died on the way, and evolved into zombies. At the end of the first part of the zombie trilogy conceived by Lyman, the government army had successfully built a firepower network outside New York City to block all the zombies coming and successfully guard New York. Therefore, at the beginning of the second part, Lyman needed an opportunity to break the balance drawn at the beginning. Thinking about it this way, the truckloading is obviously the most suitable breakthrough point. Because in New York Trip, the government broadcast that New York is safe and let the survivors go to New York. But how to distinguish requires extremely strict inspections, and because of the appeals of New York citizens, the terms of the number of people entering daily and the choice of resettlement have been set. People outside are eager to enter New York. If they stay outside for one more day, their lives may be at risk. Therefore, the industry of stealing people was born. These drivers are gang members who are on good terms with military officials. They are responsible for placing the survivors who have passed the inspection in a temporary camp, providing water and food, but one of them saw the business opportunities here. They charged high fares and loaded a group of living people who did not appear to have turned into zombies into the car without being inspected. However, they did not expect that there was a female passenger with a scratched ankle inside, and the disaster broke out from the inside. After the background of I'm a Hero is explained clearly, New York is broken, and those with strength escape to cities further south by taking flights or helicopters. The subsequent setting can be connected to Please Call Me a Hero. An ordinary office worker who survives hard in New York full of zombies is forced by threats to burst out his potential and save many survivors. This is a very conventional civilian hero setting, which will give the audience a sense of substitution and pleasure. But Lyman is not a person who particularly cares about the feeling of excitement. If there is excitement, how can there not be touching? Therefore, the hero who saved the survivors eventually died in the internal strife among the survivors. The ending needs to be ironic to lead to the third part, in which mankind is almost extinct, which is the story of I'm Legend. The whole concept is actually quite perfect, and all aspects have been taken into consideration. Of course, a lot has been sacrificed for this. For example, the biggest attraction of Call Me a Hero is not only the growth of the male protagonist, from cowardice to strength, but also the bigger selling point is the beautiful female protagonist, played by Masami Nagasawa. But the setting of the female protagonist is that she can still retain her sanity after being bitten by a zombie, and the evolved force value is off the charts. At first glance, it is clear that this is the setting of a lucky person often played by Japanese movies. This kind of character setting is a negation of the image of zombies described in the first New York Trip. God can evolve after being bitten. I really want to complain, but Japanese movies often follow this kind of relaxed style, and the Japanese people like this tune. Therefore, I'm a Hero will definitely not have such a setting-breaking existence, and only emphasizes the fact that humans still cannot unite in the face of a huge disaster, leading to civil strife. Therefore, the style of the second part is darker and more hopeless, and then in the third part, it is directly desperate, and it becomes the strong loneliness of the male protagonist facing the empty streets. One person and one dog. All food is picked up. Anyway, there is no one in the supermarket, and the only thing walking on this land is the eternal zombies. Lyman knows that, as long as such a trilogy is well shot, it will definitely be a +++1+1 greater than 3. The blessing on the box office and the influence of the film series will definitely be very high, and Firefly can also lay the foundation for the company's second series. It is a trump card project that can bring long-term benefits. There is great potential for surrounding development. Lyman attaches so much importance to it that he waited 2 years before developing it and first filmed The Walking Dead to increase the audience's acceptance of zombie themes so that these two films can impact the market performance at a higher level. Therefore, even if the script for the second part has been written, Lyman still has not taken any action to establish the project. Because he was too busy during this period, he wanted to wait for a little free time, to devote more energy, to prepare such a sequel to New York trip. At noon, Lyman, who was quite proud of his zombie plan, went to a fairly authentic Chinese restaurant to eat Hunan cuisine, and his mood became better. Seeing that the company's development was getting faster and faster, there was no need to say more about the joy in his heart. When he returned to the company's office, he saw his assistant Natasha waiting. When she saw him coming, she immediately said, "Director Gyro has something to talk to you about. It's in the screening room on the 3rd floor." Lyman nodded and turned around to go to the screening room again. It turned out that the feature film of Pan's Labyrinth shot by Gyro had been released, with subtitles, soundtracks, and opening and ending credits, and they were about to invite Lyman to watch and comment on it. Lyman sat down. The screening room, that could accommodate dozens of people, only had 3 of them sitting there, and one of them was Alfonso Cuarón. After not seeing each other for a few days, the two looked very energetic. When the movie started, Lyman was temporarily immersed in the story. A lovely girl fell to the ground, opened her frightened eyes, and her body was covered with blood, but slowly, the blood began to flow back, just like at the beginning. One summer day in 1944, most southern European countries, including Spain, were still shrouded in the shadow of Franco's dictatorship, but years of war had already hollowed out the country's national strength. Rebels, government troops, and Democrats. Spain was full of smoke. During the war, Ophelia, the little girl played by Ivana Bakerno, lost her tailor father and followed her mother Carmen to live with her stepfather. Sitting in the car on the road, Ophelia held a fairy tale book and read it attentively. According to legend, there is a mysterious underground kingdom in this world, in which lives a princess who yearns for the human world. Later, the princess secretly ran to the human world, but forgot how to go back, leaving regrets and died. But the princess's father firmly believed that the princess could return to her homeland one day, so he left a gate through the underground kingdom. Ophelia is a little girl who likes fantasy and fairy tales. She always holds this book about the underground kingdom in her arms. During the long journey, they gradually went deeper into the mountains. The mother's new husband, her stepfather Captain Vida, was stationed here because a group of rebels appeared here. He was the senior government officer who led the team to suppress them. The mother was pregnant and suddenly felt unwell and nauseous. The convoy escorting them had to stop to rest. Ophelia got out of the car and walked a few steps in the woods. She picked up a stone and just put it on the eye part of a strange stone statue on the side of the road. Ophelia thought it was interesting, but was surprised to see a big insect similar to a dragonfly crawling out of the mouth of the strange stone statue, with thin wings and long antennae. The little girl looked at it curiously, but the big insect flew away all of a sudden. The convoy rested for a while, and the mother felt much better. She pulled her daughter over and carefully told her that she must behave well when she saw her new father. Ophelia nodded blankly. When the group arrived at the military base, Captain Vida stood by the road, holding a delicate pocket watch in his hand, and said that they were 15 minutes late. The mother explained a few words anxiously, and Captain Vida pushed a wheelchair without saying anything, and asked Carmen to sit on it. Carmen felt that it was unnecessary, and said that she could still move alone now. But Captain Vida leaned close to her ear and said, "For my sake, let me show it." He smiled kindly, but his smile was full of unquestionable oppression. Ophelia, who was instructed by her mother, wanted to shake hands with him and call him dad, but she couldn't say that dad. She stretched out her left hand, but was ordered to stretch out her right hand, and her body trembled with fear. But Captain Vida didn't care about his daughter's nervousness and fear at all, and soon pushed the wheelchair to the residential area in the center of the base. Ophelia saw her mother leave, hugged the fairy tale book tightly, and followed with her head down. But soon, the little girl's attention was attracted by the strange big insect again. The insect flew, and Ophelia chased it, and they came to a stone forest. At the front of the stone forest there was an archway with a strange head with goat horns carved on it. Chapter 628 Ophelia, subscribe, vote. Ophelia had just taken a few steps in the direction of the sheephorn arch when the maid of the captain's father, Messady, came over and told her that this was an ancient maze and she would get lost if she went in. Messady went on to say that your father was looking for you. Ophelia explained that he was not her father and that her father was shot dead by the bad guys. Hearing what she said, Messady gently embraced the poor girl and walked out. Afterwards, Ophelia and her mother Carmen stayed at Captain Vida's place. The camera turned, and in an operations room, Captain Vida was issuing orders to his men to search for the rebels and analyzing the direction of the encirclement. Messady walked in with a coffee pot, occasionally glancing at the operations map to remember the route firmly. After going out, she found a notebook to write it down. At night, she secretly took the Western medicine given by the military doctor and hid it secretly, and all of this was seen by Ophelia, who happened to pass by. Mother Carmen's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and it was becoming more and more inconvenient to move. Ophelia often stayed with her mother and continued to read her fairy tale books. The little girl obviously didn't like the new environment here, and there was no smile on her face. Occasionally, she would ask her mother why she came here and why she wanted to get married. The mother said helplessly, "I have no choice. I have been lonely for too long, and we also need someone to rely on." The mother touched Ophelia's face, her eyes full of tenderness. Although Ophelia didn't quite understand her mother's choice, she felt insecure because of the years of war. She lay beside her mother, touching her mother's big belly with her little hand, and she was still very loving to the younger brother or sister who was coming inside. She also liked to tell stories to the children about the underground kingdom and about the stories she had seen or heard in the past. Captain Vida asked the doctor to take good care of his wife, not to let her work hard, and to have a good rest, and then asked, "How is my son?" He kept taking out his pocket watch and looking at it. There were actually several cracks on the exquisite pocket watch, which destroyed its exquisite beauty. The doctor said that the lady had been pregnant for more than 7 months, and it was best not to travel long distances with the team, as it was too risky. The captain disagreed and emphasized that the son should be born with his father. The doctor was very surprised and thought to himself, "How can you be sure that it is a boy?" The captain naturally didn't know about the doctor's doubts. He just gave the doctor a cold look, told him not to be long-winded and take good care of his wife, and then went out to deal with things. When the captain's deputy team was patrolling outside, they heard gunshots not far away in the mountains, and then arrested 2 suspects. The 2 suspects were holding hunting rifles and dressed in ordinary clothes. When the captain came over, one of the younger ones shouted that you had caught the wrong person, and we just went up the mountain to hunt and get some game. A soldier next to him hit him with a bit of a gun, and blood instantly came out of the young man's forehead, and he dared not speak immediately. The adjutant said to the captain that the 2 were very suspicious. They were still active in the mountains at night. They must be related to the rebels. It would be better to torture them. The young man explained that my father only fired a shot and shot a rabbit. Why did he arrest us? The captain treated them as if they did not exist. He just casually asked the adjutant to handle it and find out the approximate location where the rebels were hiding. The young man was dissatisfied and said that hunting rabbits is hunting rabbits. How could it be fake? He kept talking and finally made the captain angry. He pulled out his baton and hit him in the face again and again, making him wail. The captain couldn't bear to hear someone so cowardly, begging for mercy in various ways, and shot the older man again. The young man cried and was dragged away by the soldiers next to him for interrogation. Finally, the adjutant came back with a rabbit and said that the man couldn't stand the torture and was dead. He only found a rabbit that had just been killed in the bushes where the gun had just been fired. The captain had a cold face and asked his subordinates why they didn't search carefully before reporting to me, but that was all he said. He told them to keep on alert and catch anyone who made any noise. Captain Vida took the rabbit back to the residential area, not feeling anything about what had just happened. Perhaps there were too many such things, so many that the captain had become numb. Late at night, Ophelia slept restlessly again and vaguely heard the faint sound of insects flying. Sure enough, the big insect she had seen a few days ago flew into the house. Ophelia was inexplicably happy and greeted the big insect, opened the fairy tale book, and said that fairies should look like this. Suddenly, the insect changed into a little man with wings, exactly like the fairy in the fairy tale book. The little flying man waved his hand and began to fly out. Ophelia was surprised and followed the little man, and then they went to the maze behind the sheephorn arch. There was a bottomless cave deep in the maze. The little man continued to fly inside, and Ophelia walked down the steps and saw a stone statue in the center. The stone statue looked very strange and was surrounded by concentric circles. Ophelia opened her eyes wide and watched all this carefully. She had only seen such scenes in fairy tales, and she was a little obsessed for a while. Suddenly, a monster with horns appeared from nowhere. It had a goat beard, narrow eyes, and a strange mark on its forehead. The horned monster claimed to be the prototype of the faun, Capricorn. It greeted Ophelia right away, with an extremely respectful attitude. It said respectfully, "Princess Mana, welcome back, your father has been waiting for too long." Then it explained that for your return, we have opened countless doors around the world, and this is the last door. However, if you want to enter, you have to complete 3 tasks before the full moon to prove that your essence is pure and you have not become a real mortal. Then, the faun took out a book from his arms, called the Book of Misguided Paths, and told Ophelia to read it only when she was alone, and there would be tasks to test you. Ophelia curiously opened it, and found that it was completely blank. Not to mention the task, there was not even a symbol. Then, the faun also disappeared magically. The camp was busy, and everyone was preparing for the evening banquet. The mother changed into new clothes, dressed up beautifully, and prepared new clothes for Ophelia. Ophelia went into the bathroom to take a shower, and remembered the words of the goat-horned monster, and opened the Book of Misguided Path alone. This time, the content really appeared in the book. Ophelia believed that she was really the princess of the underground kingdom. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Ophelia came outside and saw the maid Mesity who was feeding the horses. So she walked over and looked up and asked her curiously, "Do you believe that there are gods in this world?" Mesity laughed and said that I believed it when I was a child, but I don't believe it now. The two didn't talk for a few words, and Captain Vida called Mesity away. It turned out that a new batch of supplies came to the camp, and food, fodder, guns, and medicines were all replenished a lot. Captain Vida took away the warehouse key from Mesity, saying that she would not be in charge of this place anymore. When the supplies were loaded into the warehouse, his men came to report that smoke was rising from the mountain. Upon hearing this, the captain hurriedly led his men into the mountain to encircle and suppress the rebels. But when they got there, there was only a pile of ashes left at the scene, proving that someone had just started a fire. Next to the ashes, Vida found a tube of medicine. It was an anti-inflammatory Western medicine. Vida put it away carefully, and he was already very suspicious. He thought, we have surrounded the mountain area for so long, and the rebels have left some food, but how can they get this kind of imported precious Western medicine? Where do they get the external channels? Puzzled, the camera turned, and Ophelia also walked into the mountain. Because the Book of Misguided Path gave her the first task to complete. In the dense woods, there is a huge dead tree with sheep horns. The book says that the deep roots of the tree are occupied by a big toad. Ophelia can only put the magic stone into the toad's mouth and get the golden key so that the tree can be revitalized. The dark tree hole looked a little scary, but Ophelia didn't like her current gloomy and depressing life. She longed to become a princess and go to the peaceful underground kingdom with her mother. She was really afraid of her new father's eyes. In order not to dirty her new clothes, Ophelia took off her coat and hung it outside before crawling into the tree hole. Chapter 629, Eyeless Monster. Subscribe, vote. Deep in the tree hole, there really was a big toad. This was Ophelia's first thought when she saw this ugly monster. She was only amazed by the magic of the Book of Wrong Path, but she was not afraid. Ophelia followed the instructions and took out the magic stone she brought with her. When the big toad saw the magic stone, it spit out a long stone, tied Ophelia's right hand, and tried to pull it in its direction. Ophelia obviously didn't have the strength of the toad spirit, so she had to let go, and the magic stone was swallowed by the toad spirit. After eating the magic stone, the toad spirit closed its big golden brown eyes in pain, and its body churned and vomited a large ball of vomit. And in the vomit, there was the golden key. Ophelia injured the nausea, successfully took the key, and crawled out without daring to stop for a moment. After going out, it was already dark. Ophelia was covered in mud and dirty. It just happened to rain, and her new clothes were soaked. She looked like a little beggar. In the camp, the preparations during the day have turned into a lively banquet at night. A group of people were eating and drinking, only the mother Carmen was restless. When her daughter came back, her mother hurriedly took her to take a bath, and angrily said that you really disappointed your father. Ophelia saw her mother angry, stuck out her tongue slightly, and even smiled secretly. She didn't like this new father, and it was not good to make him angry. She also thought it was a kind of resistance. At the banquet that was still going on, several visiting old officers talked about the captain's father. He said that he was very brave on the battlefield in Morocco. It was said that he broke his pocket watch when he died so that Vida would know the time of his death. The captain stood up coldly and denied it directly, saying that his father didn't have a watch at all. After that, he left on the pretext of something. The captain returned to the room, took the pocket watch from his pocket, carefully touched the cracks on it, and looked up at the roof with a little sadness, not knowing what he was thinking. Late at night, Ophelia saw her mother go to bed, and couldn't wait to run to the maze to find the fawn, saying that she had got the golden key. But the fawn let her keep the key, and gave her a piece of chalk, saying that it could open a door anywhere. The next day, Ophelia hid in the bathroom again, and opened the book of the wrong path alone, hoping to get inspiration for the second task. But this time, large pieces of blood oozed out of the book. Ophelia was very scared. When she heard her mother's cry again, she ran into the room, and saw that her mother's lower body was also oozing large pieces of blood. Her face was as pale as death, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Ophelia ran out to ask for help. After a while, the doctor arrived and helped her mother to the medical room. After a while, Captain Vida also came. After a short hemostasis and infusion, the doctor stabilized the fetus, and then told Captain Vida that the lady needed to rest, and could no longer be emotional or overworked, and suggested that Ophelia and her mother live in separate rooms. Captain Vida still emphasized that he should take good care of his wife, and after knowing that she was fine, he did not say much. Since then, Ophelia moved to another room. Originally, the camp often heard gunshots or the sound of the team leaving. The new father treated her very harshly and always criticized her. For the little girl, her mother was her only support, but now she couldn't see her often. She was so sad that she almost cried. Mercedes helped Ophelia make the bed and comforted her, saying that giving birth was dangerous, and it would be fine after this period of time. She also touched Ophelia's head to comfort her. Ophelia confided her distress to Mercedes. After her mood stabilized a little, she couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. She said, "Are you helping those people in the mountains? I saw you sometimes go out to deliver things." Mercedes agreed, and then asked, "Ophelia, have you told your father?" Ophelia said, "I haven't talked to anyone, not even my mother. I don't want you to get into trouble." Ophelia's sense of right and wrong was not strong at a young age, but she also vaguely knew that her new father had been catching those people in the mountains and always running into the mountains with his men and horses. Mercedes hugged Ophelia and said nothing more. At night, Mercedes took out the hidden supplies and followed the doctor to the mountains again. One of the people in the mountains was Mercedes' brother, and there were wounded in their team. The doctor took out bandages and medicines, changed the wounded, and asked them what they were going to do. Mercedes' brother said that their reinforcement were coming soon. The doctor poured cold water on them, saying that you have nothing, and you can't even guarantee food every day. How can you persist? If you really want to do it for your sister, take her away quickly, and don't resist Captain Vida. But the brother was determined to persist no matter what. Mercedes knew that he couldn't convince her, so he didn't say much. He just took out a spare key of the warehouse from his pocket and gave it to his brother, saying that there were a lot of supplies in it, which might be a solution. In the middle of the night, the fawn sneaked into Ophelia's room and asked her why she didn't continue to complete the task. Ophelia said, "My mother is sick. I don't have the heart to run around." After hearing this, the fawn took out an ugly tree root spirit and said to her, "Drip blood on it and hide it under your mother's bed and she will get better." Then he suggested that Ophelia should advance the task as soon as possible so that she could open the door and return to the underground kingdom as soon as possible. Then he told her that there was a very scary monster in the second task and the fairy would take you there, but you must not touch any fine wine and food you see after entering. After the fawn left, Ophelia was criticized by her father the next day, who told her not to walk around all the time and make your mother worry. He also punished her not to eat at noon and reflect quietly. At night, the fairy flew over. Ophelia followed the instructions and drew a door on the wall with chalk. A different dimension appeared behind the door. Ophelia walked through the long wooden corridor and saw a large dining table full of exquisite food. Sitting at the top of the table was a monster with no eyes, no hair, a narrow head and only nostrils, blood-red fingertips and wrinkled skin. Two pupil-like eyes were placed on the monster's plate, and the wall was covered with weird paintings. There were murals of the monster killing children, and there were piles of shoes on the ground next to it. The fairy pointed to the keyhole on the wall, and Ophelia took out the golden key from the toad spirit and inserted it into it and got a small dagger. The second task was completed smoothly, but Ophelia, who had been hungry for a day, could not resist the temptation and secretly took some food under the magnification of desire. The eyeless monster suddenly seemed to have discovered something and touched the eyeballs on the plate with his palm, embedded in his palm, and saw Ophelia eating there. It approached step by step, and the fairies were scared and flew around, reminding Ophelia to run away. For this reason, all the fairies were stuffed into the monster's mouth and chewed them one by one. Ophelia was finally scared and ran out quickly, but the exit was closed. Fortunately, she still had chalk and drew a new door and escaped before the monster caught her. The task became more and more thrilling, and the mother's situation was not good. However, after the bloody tree root spirit was placed under the bed, the mother finally calmed down, which made the sad Ophelia feel a little relieved. There was a noise outside, and Ophelia hid under the bed and dared not show up. It was the doctor and Captain Vida who arrived. They talked about their mother. Vida said that the doctor should save the child first under any circumstances, because the boy was the heir of their family. At this time, there was an explosion in the distance. The captain led the team to encircle and suppress again. But this time, it was a drama planned by the rebels to attack the east and attack the west. When the captain came back, he saw his men reporting that a group of people attacked the camp with guns and looted the warehouse, killing several brothers. The furious captain ran to the warehouse and saw that, although the ground was in a mess, the keyhole was not destroyed by violence, but was in good condition when the key was opened. This clearly showed that there was a ghost in the camp. He asked people to continue chasing and kill the wounded on the spot and captured a relatively healthy prisoner. Under a set of criminal laws, not everyone has a firm belief. When living is more painful than dying, even suicide becomes a luxury. That night, Ophelia's ears were filled with screams and wails. She was trembling with fear. Chapter 630. Cold light shines into the fairy tale. Please subscribe and vote. Finally, the captive told everything. At night, the farmer who got the fairy's report ran to Ophelia's room and yelled, saying that you broke the rules, you failed, you can't go back, and you have to stay there forever. Ophelia cried because of being accused. Halfway through, Captain Vida found the root spirit under her mother's bed, and was even more furious. This time, even her mother didn't want to listen to Ophelia's explanation. The mother said sadly, "One day you will know that life will not be as beautiful as a fairy tale." After that, Captain Vida threw the root spirit into the fireplace. The scorching flames devoured the root spirit, and the root spirit screamed miserably. Ophelia shed tears and watched all this happen. Then, Captain Vida found the doctor and looked at him and said, "Why don't you obey me?" The doctor was fearless and looked at him bravely, saying that only people like you can obey without asking right or wrong. It was raining heavily outside. A gunshot rang out, and the doctor fell to the ground, blood mixed with rainwater washing the ground wantonly. As for Messity, she had been locked up long ago. The doctor did not leave, because the day of the madam's delivery had come. That night, the stimulated Carmen gave birth prematurely. The nurses who delivered the baby had little experience and were in a hurry to help. Ophelia waited outside the door in tears, but only waited for the news of her brother's birth and her mother's death. This place was so cold to the little girl, and it also ruthlessly took away Ophelia's last support. The little girl stayed in the room alone, frowning, and no longer smiling. But at this time, the faun appeared again, and said that he would give Ophelia one last chance, which was to take her brother to the depths of the maze. Ophelia listened to it in her heart, waited until there was no one around, drew a door on the wall with chalk, and sneaked into Captain Vida's room. Unexpectedly, Captain Vida was treating his wounds in the room. When he was interrogating Mesity, he was cut by the small dagger hidden by Mesity. Ophelia waited, and finally found an opportunity. When Captain Vida was about to take a rest, she picked up her brother, and was about to leave. But this movement was also discovered by Captain Vida. One of them ran, and the other chased. In the chaos, the rebel army arrived, and the camp was instantly breached, with flames rising to the sky. Mesity also returned to the room, to take away poor Ophelia, but did not find the little girl. At this time, she had already run into the maze with her brother in her arms. In front of the entrance to the underground kingdom, the faun happily said that only by cutting some boy blood with a dagger could the door be opened. This was the requirement of the last task. Ophelia felt strange and refused to hurt her brother. At the last moment, facing the persuasion and temptation of the faun, she even took the initiative to give up her identity as a princess. At this time, Captain Vida also caught up, but only saw Ophelia talking to herself when there was no one around her. He snatched his brother and shot Ophelia without mercy. The little girl fell to the ground in pain, bleeding. The captain walked out of the maze, but the entrance was already surrounded by many rebels. He handed his own flesh and blood, the heir of the Vida family, to Mesity, asking her to raise a child for the sake of her adoption. Captain Vida knew that his life was coming to an end. He took out his treasured pocket watch and wanted to imitate his father's past behavior, freeze the time, and let his son know when his father died. But Mesity said, "What's the use of doing this? He won't even know your name. I will keep him away from all this." Captain Vida was stunned and was about to say something, but was shot dead. When Mesity found Ophelia, she had been lying on the cold ground for a long time. In a pool of blood, the little girl slept peacefully. Then, a golden light came on. In a trance, Ophelia heard someone calling her. Turning around again, she came to the golden palace in a princess dress. The king and queen on the throne looked like her parents, but with a little more dignity. The mother gently told Ophelia that you completed the pure test with your own blood. The fairy was flying, and the faun appeared again to greet her, just like when they first met. "My princess, welcome home." But the golden light faded, and in that open space, Ophelia walked into death with a smile. Although it is not the first time I have watched this movie, I can get new insights every time I watch it. I have to say that Gyro is really a genius director who is very good at shooting works similar to magical realism. The cruel story of a little girl's fantasy and cold reality intertwined and advancing was told by him so beautifully. Obviously it is anti-war, but it also plays out the fairy tale anti-war like Hayao Miyazaki, without a trace of deliberateness, just using fairy tales to compare reality, and step by step explaining what he needs to say. Perhaps it is because reality is too bleak that fairy tale fantasy is needed to support people's spiritual world. Several characters in the movie are portrayed very typically. Captain Vida symbolizes the dictatorship of the Communist Party. He is centralized, authoritarian, cruel, and does not allow other ideas to question his decisions. He is cruel and cold. A pocket watch is both a family inheritance and a token of power. In the end, he went to nothingness. Mother Carmen represents the most ordinary people, innocent and drifting with the flow, only relying on power. As for the little girl Ophelia, she is undoubtedly the warm color in this story. In Lemon's view, this play is told to adults with the background of fairy tales, and the absurd logic and phenomena in reality are portrayed more coldly and realistically by exaggerating. The reason why fantasy and myth stories are attractive may be that they can reflect everyone's dissatisfaction with the real world to a certain extent, so everyone has their own fantasy world. And Ophelia's fantasy is so dark and depressing because what she sees, hears, and feels is full of gunfights, torture, cruelty, and death. Therefore, the most outstanding thing about Pan's Labyrinth is that it tells two different stories at the same time. One is full of magnificent fantasy, naive and beautiful, the other directly expresses blood and high pressure. The mutual penetration and fusion of the two constitute this magical masterpiece, and also make the tragic color more intense. For example, the big toad that hinders the growth of the tree symbolizes the Bourbon dynasty that is lingering on, decadent and corrupt. The three magic stones swallowed represent democracy, freedom and equality respectively, and the golden key spit out represents the future of Spain. For example, the dagger obtained from the eyeless monster is also a symbol of war. When the contradictions between the left and right wings in Spain intensify, only violence can re-establish the regime. But once the regime is established, it needs to distribute benefits. Just like Ophelia in the film couldn't resist the temptation to eat, the monster was awakened, and the faun also shouted foul, just like the injustice and selfishness when distributing benefits, which will make the situation that has finally stabilized disordered. Gyro has great ambitions for this film. He wants to say a lot, want to evaluate that period of history, and warn the world, and call for anti-war. Someone once said that the most realistic war movie is the best anti-war movie. Gyro used Ophelia's misfortune to tell the audience how terrible war is and how cruel the government is. He did it. At the end of the film, Ophelia's soul returned to the underground and became the princess she had always dreamed of. People who hold hope will eventually see the light. The lights of the projection came on. Gyro asked unconfidently, "Lemon, what do you think?" This was the first time he wanted to make a magical theme profound, rather than an entertainment product that satisfied his own bad taste like before. It can also be seen from the production cycle that in the past, Gyro's filming, as long as the preparations were completed and the filming and post-production were entered, basically would not exceed 3 months. And this Pan's Labyrinth took more than 3 months for the filming stage alone, and the entire crew really spent a lot of effort. Lemon once visited the set after Prada was finished. Gyro and Alfonso overturned many shots and reshot them for a little detail. Let Lemon say, to be fair, this film is a milestone work that represents Top's true step into the field of literature and art, and his directing style has taken a step further. Lemon nodded and affirmed, "Very good. I suggest taking it to the film festival for awards. It deserves the honor." This is the release strategy for Pan's Labyrinth. 3 chapters are presented, and as usual, I beg for 3 consecutive times. Bang bang bang. Chapter 631 Special Effects Business, Subscriptions, Tickets. Lemon sent away Gyro and Alfonso, went back to the office, and picked up the work schedule on the table, checked them one by one, and saw how the production progress of several projects was. Occasionally, he would drink a cup of coffee, stand up and move around, and slowly do a few pull-up movements to maintain his body. Being a director is easy to overdraw health, because you have to focus on shooting all the time, and you are often delayed by various trivial matters, which makes your liver angry. In his previous life, he had only been in the film and television industry for less than 3 years, but because of work, his shoulder and spine were not in good condition. In this life, he has a smoother life, and makes more money. Of course, he doesn't want his body to collapse early. Assistant Mace walked to the door, knocked on the office door, and got a response. Then he reported neatly, "Boss, Mr. Fellamy from Lionsgate has an invitation." Lemon put down the report in his hand, and asked in confusion, "Did he say what it was?" Mace carefully considered his words, looked at Lemon and said, "He just called, and said it was related to project cooperation." Where is he meeting? There was nothing special to pay attention to, so Lemon planned to go there. At the country club. Well, tell him I'll be there soon. Lemon thought to himself, project cooperation? Lionsgate is a big dog, and has no shortage of money. What advantages does Firefly have, that he can see? Then, he thought that the special effects work in the digital field might also help Lionsgate, so that they might give priority to the digital field when they need to use special effects technology in future filming. These days, the special effects business is dominated by the producers. If it does not involve high-end and core technologies, many companies can complete the work required to a general degree. Therefore, Who to choose and who not to choose basically depends on the quotation and the relationship. For example, Fox likes to cooperate with Industrial Light and Magic, and Weta often cooperates with New Line and Warner. Moreover, Lionsgate does not want to enter the special effects field, but there is a demand for it. The current special effects industry is very competitive and professional. Large studios like Warner are thinking that the future will decide the winner or the time is ripe, and they can just spend money to acquire one, so they have not devoted their energy to development. This is like raising a goo. In the case of an unclear battle situation at the beginning, who knows who will win and who will end up sadly? Investing in such a highly professional field for no reason has too much risk control and does not meet the actual prospects pursued by capital. Moreover, many studios have this kind of thinking. This is why most of the special effects field is supported and developed by directors or independent filmmakers, because their most urgent need is to improve shooting technology to make the picture more shocking. Lemon said again, notify Scott Ross and ask him to go with me. Okay, boss. The assistant went down and hurriedly passed the message. Digital Domain, which has found its sponsor again, is no longer short of research and development funds, and the special effects work obtained with the help of Firefly is much easier than before. Therefore, Scott Ross's work attitude as an executive is very positive. The shareholders and investors who support him behind him are also happy that the investment has not been wasted when they see that the performance of Digital Domain is getting better and better, and they have also increased their support for Digital Domain. No one has proposed to sell shares. You know, although Lemon is the largest individual shareholder in Digital Domain, he has not given up on continuing to absorb the remaining 33% of the shares. Unfortunately, no one else is willing to take action. After a while, Scott Ross drove over, and Lemon got into his car, so he did not choose to drive himself. The car started and drove along the direction of Beverly Hills, all the way to the country club. In the rest area next to the golf course, the cool breeze made people feel lazy. John Feller exchanged some politeness with Lemon and Scott, and then talked about business. The purpose of Lionsgate's visit was to get Firefly to transfer the copyright of the novel adaptation of Twilight. The reason is that recently, Stephen Meyer's novel has occupied the top 3 in the best-selling novel list of the New York Daily News for several months with absolute single-volume sales. Yes, the Twilight novel has become popular, and it has naturally attracted the attention of many studios. Among them, Lionsgate is one of the pursuers. As mentioned earlier, the adaptation of best-selling novels into movies is a popular adaptation direction in Hollywood now, almost to the point of crushing the original script project, because it broke the record of the number of first-day moviegoers, with the market case of the Harry Potter series plundering the wealth of global film and television as evidence, and the success of the first part of Disney's The Magic Kingdom of Narnia as a reference. Fantasy films targeting young audiences have become the most sought-after subject matter. In fact, Hollywood also likes to follow the trend. When epic movies are popular, everyone rushes to make epics. If epics don't work, fantasy seems to be very popular, and everyone is looking for fantasy projects. Twilight did not enter the public's sight at the beginning, because the book had just come out, and had a 2 or 3 month word-of-mouth fermentation period. At that time, the sales volume was not outstanding, so naturally no one paid special attention to it. Now that the sales volume is high, it is also common to attract studios. After that, many studios knew that the copyright of the novel had been sold, and the buyer was still Firefly, and then gave up. After all, before the movie was released, who knew whether Twilight could be successful? Without this choice, it is not that there is no copyright of the same type of fantasy novels, so there is no need to spend special energy. But after learning about Twilight in detail, several executives of Lionsgate felt that there was a lot of potential. This kind of thing depends on vision. When Harry Potter was not popular, who knew it would be so popular? Moreover, more importantly, this is in line with Lionsgate's production plan for its future transformation. Lionsgate is still a studio focusing on horror themes and sharp works. Looking through its resume, American Psycho, Fahrenheit 9/11, and The Haunting of the Morgue have similar characteristics. That is, there are no big productions. There is no investment of more than $60 million US. Logically speaking, Lionsgate has implemented the dollar strategy since its inception, buying everywhere, buying studios, equipment, distribution channels, and independent studios. How could there be number $60 million to make a movie? But the problem is that Lionsgate at that time was the same as Firefly now. Even if it made a big production, it had no resources for publicity and distribution, and had to ask for help from the Big Six, and Lionsgate was unwilling to become a vassal of the Big Six, so they would rather not invest in big productions and always focus on niche areas. However, after so many years of development, Lionsgate felt that it was capable of challenging high investment projects, but it did not have any suitable works to develop at the moment. So, they set their sights on Twilight. First, the subject matter is the most popular fantasy, and the main target is the youth market. Second, the novel is very popular, and has a great effect on publicity. In the original time and space, the copyright of Twilight was snatched by Summit Entertainment, because their offer was the most impressive to the author of the novel, Stephen Meyer. After the success of the first part, Lionsgate saw that this series would improve its territory, and acquired Summit Entertainment with equity swaps and a large sum of money, and still mastered the Twilight series project. But in this time and space, after Lyman intervened first, Summit Entertainment believed that it could not get the copyright back from Firefly, so naturally it did not take any action. Instead, Lionsgate felt that, based on the relationship between the two parties, multiple cooperation, and they had not heard that Firefly was going to start a project, it might just buy the copyright to hoard, and came to ask for transfer with similar thoughts. Their offer was quite sincere. Lyman spent less than $14 million to buy Twilight and New Moon, and signed an additional right of first refusal for subsequent copyrights, but Lionsgate directly offered $30 million. In other words, if Lyman intended to transfer, he did nothing but earn $16 million, because of the increased sales of a novel he was optimistic about. What does it mean to pay for vision? Of course, it is impossible for Lyman to sell it for $30 million for a project worth more than $1 billion. Lyman had to explain vaguely that he bought the copyrights of the two novels with a certain intention to shoot, not simply to expand the copyright library. John Fellamy said solemnly, "I know that Firefly may have plans to shoot, but is there no room for negotiation on this matter? Co-development is also fine. You authorize, Lionsgate invests, and it can also reduce production risks and make profits together. What do you think?" Chapter 632 Mel is not honest. Please subscribe and vote. Cooperative development. If I didn't know the future prospects of Twilight, it would be good to cooperate in development to reduce risks. But knowing the success of the project, and still authorizing others to produce it, wouldn't that be cutting flesh and aiding the enemy? Of course, Lyman refused to do it, and shook his head and said no. John Feller was depressed. Of course, another person was also depressed. That was the original author of the novel, Stephanie Meyer. As the sales of the novel increased, she felt more and more that she had lost money by selling the film and television adaptation rights. She learned from a friend in the industry, who was familiar with Hollywood, that if she waited until now to sell it, it would start at least $10 million. If she raised the price a little, it would not be difficult to sell a copyright for $14 or $15 million. With this calculation, Stephanie felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. Not only did she lose a lot of US dollars, but she also agreed to give priority to the transfer of subsequent copyrights, which meant that she would suffer losses in the future. After all, she didn't expect her novel to sell so well. Now that it's popular, she naturally can't finish it casually. She has to write more. So, when the studios came to her, she didn't hide anything at all. She also informed the potential buyers of the contract details, and expressed her willingness to actively cooperate in pressuring Firefly to get back the film and television copyright. But how could this guy know the minds of the studio buyers? In their view, the number of novel copyrights sold was the result of their respective negotiations. Just because it became popular, they tore up the contract and regretted it. If you can oppose Firefly, why can't you oppose others? Everyone is not sick in the brain, so they will help you to put pressure on people and offend people. Not to mention that the movie has not been made yet and may not make money at the box office. Even Lionsgate, which has the most ideas, took the initiative to negotiate the transfer instead of pressuring and forcing. And when John Feldmere was rejected, he also informed Lyman of Stephanie Meyer's little move. In his view, the film industry has its own rules, and outsiders can't talk nonsense. It can only be said that the circle is both an obstacle, and it is easy to cultivate a sense of identity. After hearing this, Lyman frowned. He knew that Stephanie Meyer was unwilling to give up, and he didn't think he was wrong. Developing movies and writing novels are two completely different things. Firefly also bought the copyright according to formal procedures, and it was not a forced sale. How could it be said that it would turn against each other just because it became popular? Moreover, Lyman would never hand over the initiative. However, if the original author does not cooperate, it will still be a bit troublesome. Of course, there are some disgusting methods that Lyman does not want to use, otherwise Stephanie Meyer may be glad that the filmmaker who bought his copyright is still decent. Let me give you a disgusting example. Marvel Comics has been in bankruptcy several times. In order to survive the crisis, they sold many character copyrights. In 1980, Fantastic Four was bought by Constantin Films of Germany. According to the agreement, if Constantin has no plan to shoot her work within 12 years, Marvel has the right to unconditionally recover the copyright for sale. By 1992, when the copyright protection period was about to expire, Constantine still had no specific plan to develop Fantastic Four. Such a large investment was not something that ordinary studios could handle, and there were many market factors to worry about, and the special effects shooting at the time was very expensive. For various reasons, Constantine's senior management unanimously decided not to bring the film to the big screen, but they also didn't want to see that they had spent money, but the copyright returned after 12 years. So they came up with a trick to break the deadlock. That is to start the project immediately and invite B-level film director Ali Sassoon from Hollywood to direct it. Everything about this project seemed so hasty and rough. The actors were quickly selected, and the filming was done quickly. It only took 25 days, including production and post-production, and the first Fantastic Four was fresh out of the oven. Then, Constantine used this bad drama to complete the agreement and continue to hold the copyright of Fantastic Four. But this made Marvel very angry. Although they were forced to sell the copyright, they didn't do it to be ruined. Then, the comic single volume about Fantastic Four was no longer updated, and this series was directly cut off by Marvel. This is a typical case of mutual harm and disgust between the two. In fact, such means are not in line with the common practice in Hollywood. Here, even if the two studios are fighting endlessly and discrediting each other for the sake of schedule and interests, in essence, they will not waste film and television projects casually. Even if it is low cost, there are low cost shooting methods, rather than deliberately doing so. Moreover, as long as it is profitable, there is a possibility of continuing cooperation, and everyone is not absolutely turning their faces. Therefore, although this method is very effective, as long as Lyman pretends to do this, Stephanie Meyer is definitely more worried about the negative impact of the failure of the movie on her novel than Firefly. The adapted movie is too bad. It will really make book fans abandon the book. Not to mention deliberately shooting badly. Believe it or not, when casting, choose a few actors with strange looks to play the roles, and a lot of people will be disgusted to scold the author. Fantastic Four is too bad, and Marvel is the one who is scolded the most, because who says you are the one who sells the copyright? Similarly, when Twilight was filmed badly, the public generally blamed the original author, Stephanie Meyer, and few people would blame the studio. This is probably easy to understand. Even if an author like Stephanie Meyer rarely participated in the filming of her own novels, she was not a professional, and she knew nothing about filming, but it did not prevent her from becoming a scapegoat. But Lyman did not like this kind of behavior that harmed others and benefited himself. He was essentially a director, and when he made movies, he pursued fame, influence, and a kind of love from the heart. As for making money, it was just to ensure that his movies could be produced better. After all, if you really want to make a lot of money, you can go to the stock market and hug Apple's thighs now, and you can make a fortune next year. The dividends from the stock market may satisfy Lyman to be a luxurious resident for the rest of his life. However, this book is about movies and television, not a cool article about making money. If you want to hug thighs, you might as well start a new urban shopping mall novel. After all, how big is the entire movie market, and can it catch up with the trend of the times, the internet? However, John Feldmeier's words also reminded Lyman that Stephanie Meyer was already very dissatisfied. If she was really pushed to the limit, not selling the subsequent copyrights would be a powerful way to deal with the preemptive purchase agreement. Of course, this method is a bit like killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 800 of your own, but there is no guarantee that someone will do this. Isn't it also damaging its own interests that Marvel cut off the comic influence of Fantastic Four from the source? Lyman thought about it and suddenly said, Mr. Feldmeier, if it is a cooperation, why can't Firefly invest in Lionsgate to assist in the distribution? Do you really have a plan to shoot? John Feldmeier was surprised. He wanted to get the copyright of a series of Twilight and so on for future layout, and there was still a lot of uncertainty. He didn't expect that Firefly really had the idea of production so quickly. Of course, you also know that Blue Butterfly Pictures' distribution resources are not sufficient. If they want to tap into the influence of Twilight, they are somewhat unable to do so. However, we can talk about auxiliary distribution later. Anyway, we have already had similar cooperation. It's nothing more than a matter of allocation of resources and profit ratios. Now, I want to talk about another thing first. What is it? Lyman looked at John Feldmeier. This requires the cooperation of Lionsgate. Because Stephanie has only written the second book, and according to her meaning, there will definitely be novels published later, but I only got the adaptation rights of Twilight and New Moon. John Feldmeier raised his eyebrows and advised, do you want to get the adaptation rights for the entire series? Is this necessary? Make a movie first, and she will write slowly later. If it succeeds, then we will continue to negotiate. In case of failure, the second project will not be filmed, and it can be abandoned. No, I don't want to give her the opportunity to ask for a lot. Lyman was a little angry. John Feldmeier shook his head. No matter how much the copyright fee goes up, it won't be much higher. If it's worth it, just give it to her. It won't do her any good if she doesn't put it on the big screen. Lyman was amused. If you don't know what kind of person Stephanie is, this method is the most common adaptation plan. But the problem is that she is not easy to satisfy. In the original Time and Space, Lionsgate and Stephanie Finn had conflicts many times and almost went to court. You wouldn't say that at that time. Chapter 633 Blue Sky Animation, subscriptions, tickets. But I still want to get the copyright of the whole series of novels, so that I can better formulate the corresponding filming plan. You know, I bought the copyright when her novels were not very popular, but now as soon as there is a sign of popularity, she is the first to turn hostile. How can people trust such a partner? Not to mention that once the filming starts, Firefly will spend a lot of money and public relations energy to help her hype up the series of novels. Will she be grateful? John Feldmeier didn't know how to answer this question. He could indeed feel that Stephanie was not an author who was easy to satisfy, but he also felt that it was not a big deal. At most, he would pay more copyright fees. However, Lyman was so determined that he couldn't convince him. John Feldmeier had no choice but to ask, so what do you mean? As long as Lionsgate mediates, I'm not a greedy person. I'm not unwilling to give the benefits, but I can't be forced to give them. Anyway, everything should be based on the signed agreement. Well, we are willing to help if we can. I'll find someone to persuade her. Lyman smiled and continued, this matter will not be approved and filmed until at least next year. I came here today because I have another thing to discuss with you. What is it? Lyman said directly, I believe you also know that Man Entertainment also has a special effects company, Digital Domain, which has purchased shares. John Feldmeier understood it immediately. Do you want Digital Domain to take over Lionsgate's special effects business? Lyman did not hide it. Yes, if possible. Lionsgate has technical needs in this area and can give priority to Digital Domain. We will definitely have the best service and the most cost-effective charges. John Feldmeier looked at Lyman deeply and then smiled at Scott Ross. Of course, I also know that Digital Domain is excellent and we have worked together several times before. Lionsgate is willing to make this promise. Speaking of which, Lionsgate actually doesn't have many film projects that use special effects, but after all, a mosquito is still meat, and Digital Domain's acquisition of Lionsgate's business is also good for its development. Afterwards, Scott also took the opportunity to talk to John Phelan, and the atmosphere of the conversation has been maintained well. However, if Lionsgate knew that Lyman had poached Lionsgate's pillars for the second time, I wonder what they would think. Lionsgate was able to develop and grow so quickly at the beginning. The Saw series and the Twilight series have made great efforts. One is to provide sufficient funds, and the other is to achieve great results in the production field, attracting the favor of theater chains and overseas film distributors. Now, Lionsgate has lost 2 ace projects in succession. Although it has been doing well in recent years and mergers and acquisitions have been flying, there is no such trend of gradually attracting attention. In fact, Lionsgate has a good vision for production, and its series is even better than Paramount. If it didn't have this kind of market vision, it wouldn't be called the first studio under the Big Six. It's a pity that its glory is destined to be overshadowed by Firefly. The film market is like this. Even if they cooperate, they are still competitors. Who lets everyone play production and distribution? How can there be no conflict of interest? Lyman poached Lionsgate's projects, and naturally he could make up for Firefly's strength. It's not intentional targeting, only restricting Miramax and Pitt is what Lyman would deliberately target when he meets them. Moreover, Lyman also thinks that Lionsgate's development will definitely have problems. They are too focused on co-production and want to reduce risks, so their own independent production business has not been smooth. Although the later generations relied on several series to be extremely glorious, the film industry still essentially values the word production. When several series of movies are finished, they can't innovate and make the original projects hot, and they will immediately decline. The period from 2008 to 2015 was the most glorious period for Lionsgate, but they failed to seize the opportunity and catch up. In the following years, will Lionsgate still be on the list? Lionsgate is still too dependent. Summit Entertainment is not good, and it can't stand up. It is definitely not a good thing for an acquired production label to have more outstanding performance than the parent company. After the business was over, the few people didn't want to stay any longer. Lyman saw that the mood was getting colder and hurriedly left with the excuse of company matters. John Phelan made a few polite remarks and took the initiative to see him off. Watching the two driving away, John Phelan couldn't help but sigh. Next to him, his assistant and driver was certainly not a bag-carrying role, and he was very considerate to ask him what was bothering him. With Firefly, I always feel that Lionsgate has been restricted, but it is clear that we have been taking advantage of them and providing excess resources in exchange for profits. After saying this, John Phelan felt a little too unconfident and said proudly, "Wait another 2 years. When the overseas layout is completed, Lionsgate will not be like this now." Lyman returned to the Firefly building, and in the following days, he formally signed a relevant agreement with Lionsgate. Because this kind of thing is not easy to explain in detail, it is also difficult to reflect the cooperation with the digital field in the contract. It is impossible for other special effects companies to have better and cheaper technology and not let Lionsgate use it. Therefore, the two parties only signed a priority cooperation and development agreement involving Twilight. As for the rest, it depends on whether Lionsgate is sincere enough. Fortunately, this priority is only regarded as a commitment, and the specific details of the negotiation have to wait until the project is officially launched. After all, even how much investment and how to select the schedule are still blank. Who knows how to define the benefits? Therefore, the content of the agreement only confirms that this priority cooperation is when Firefly shoots the Twilight series. The distribution work can allow Lionsgate to enter the market and obtain the income from the project distribution. Time enters May. The North American film market has been very cold in the past 2 months, and there are no big movies or dark horses. The market response is mediocre. Only Ice Age 2 by Fox's Blue Sky Studios has won more than $195 million box office in North America with its excellent production, but this is an animated film and has little to do with live action movies. In addition, the fourth part of the very spoof Scary Movies received more than $90 million US. Speaking of which, Blue Sky Studios is also the only new generation animation studio that can compete with Pixar now and other DreamWorks Animation. This studio was founded in 1987, but it did not become famous until 2002 after Fox acquired it. It also made the squirrel-named Scrat in Ice Age one of the most popular animation images of global audiences, even if it was just a short description at the beginning. Of course, Blue Sky Studios' experience is similar to Pixar's, and its development trajectory is similar. The only difference may be its production ability. It is not as fast as Pixar in launching works, and its achievements are not as high as Pixar's. Fox's acquisition can be regarded as a stroke of genius. At that time, Blue Sky Studios' main business was to do special effects or model construction for film projects. In 1998, it launched a 7-minute animated short film Bunny Rabbit, but Bunny Rabbit was very expressive. In the same year, it won the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film and entered the sight of Fox's senior management. That year, Fox's own animation department shot Frozen Planet, trying to emulate the success of Toy Story, but suffered a box office failure, which made shareholders dissatisfied. In order to quell this loss, a large number of employees in Fox's animation department were laid off, and Blue Sky Animation was invested instead. The biggest contributor to the real rise of Blue Sky Animation is their leader Chris Wedge. This imaginative animation boss had a receding hairline and deep eye sockets early on, and always attended project press conferences with dark circles under his eyes. Animation production is a very energy-consuming profession. It takes no less than 2 years on average to put imagination on paper and then bring it to the big screen. As powerful as Pixar is, each senior animator can only produce 4 to 5 seconds of material per week on average, while a complete animation can easily take up 6,000 to 7,000 seconds, not to mention that some materials will be discarded. Therefore, a production cycle of 2 to 3 years is very common in the animation field. Lyman did not think about shooting 3D animation, but on the one hand, he did not know much about animation production, and on the other hand, there were not so many suitable employees in the animation field and an executive with strong management and production capabilities. And the right leader is more important than enough employees, and such talents are not easy to come by. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 630 V Filming. The old town of Las Cruces, a city under the jurisdiction of New Mexico. The crew of Breaking Bad has been here for 4 days. Because of the success of 2 consecutive TV series by Firefly, the public is also looking forward to the start of filming of this TV series. Even if it is just the initial preparation and filming, it has attracted a lot of media attention, mainly because there is no entertainment news worth reporting recently. The only traffic is that Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are together. After being said that the Good Man image collapsed, and then immediately established the Pursuit of True Love image. When the tedious 3 rounds of auditions and casting were over, although many actors who wanted to work with Firefly were not selected and were disappointed, several main actors who were determined also entered the media's sight. Among them, the supporting roles who played Xylophone and the Drug Enforcement Police were not very famous, but they were not questioned much. After all, before the success of Prison Break, several actors in it were not very popular, which proved that Firefly still has the ability to promote people. But when the information of the male lead Bryan Cranston was announced, the voices of doubt were no longer few. At the age of 50, he has been in the 80s and the only award he has won is the Emmy Award for Best Supporting Actor. The most important thing is that he looks too ordinary and has no experience in playing the leading role. Can he support this drama? More importantly, what will the drama be about with such an old actor as the leading actor? It won't be about the midlife crisis. Many fans of Prison Break and The Walking Dead are obviously not used to the wave of operations of Firefly, because the average age of the main audience of these 2 dramas is roughly 16 to 24 years old. Who would care about the performance of an ordinary middle-aged man? Therefore, on the internet and American drama forums, the shooting of Firefly's new drama quickly became the focus of controversy. Some people are optimistic and think that maybe this male lead will have a different charm and the drama itself is good enough. Some people think that the new drama may be a sitcom type and the male lead Brian has participated in Malcolm in the Middle. More people think that Firefly has run out of ideas and can't make good dramas, so they can only make some old-fashioned family soap operas. In fact, once an actor is over 50 years old, he is really excluded by mainstream Hollywood film and television dramas. Both the media and the public will not pay much attention to actors of their age. Even if you have good acting skills and have won many awards, so what? Your age is past the time when the public is chasing and infatuated with you. Therefore, except that Brian's agency arranged a large number of publicity drafts for its clients, trying to use soft articles to slightly save the embarrassment of the protagonist being denied before the drama was released. Bryan Cranston basically has not received a few words of affirmation, which is why Hollywood always has an implicit standard for the golden age of actors. After this degree, both the role and the pay will drop sharply, and there may not be a supporting role to play. However, this kind of doubt is actually a good thing for Firefly. The drama has already gained popularity before it was released. There is a famous saying in the field of publicity and public relations, black and red are also red. Controversy means influence. As long as the black can be slightly whitened, what can be gained is definitely much more than what is lost. Brian, who is at the center of the storm, did not feel any pressure at all. His mentality is very good. Perhaps it is because of the years of being ignored and having no roles to play in the past. When the drama started filming, he quickly immersed himself in the excitement of playing the leading role. As for whether he was scolded or questioned, is it as good as playing the leading role? The camera is always the first to shoot. As long as he is present, he is the only center point, and the drama roles are all arranged according to his roles. It has to be said that everyone wants to be the protagonist, which is completely different from the supporting role. Don't say that only green leaves can set off the red flowers, and who would be willing to be the green leaves if they can be the red flowers? In a rented residential building in the old city, several supporting actors are rehearsing their positions and lines under the direction of the assistant director. Brian sat on the side, and director Mark Turturro was talking to him about the play alone, with makeup and costume staff around him. None of the actors were famous, and Mark and Blake chose them based on their image and acting skills. So, except for Walter White, who was the original and appointed Brian, several other actors were replaced, but they all fit the role, and the pay was cheap, with each episode costing around $4,500. American dramas are paid by the number of episodes. Everyone get ready. Breaking Bad, Act 7, Scene 2, Action. As the script supervisor knocked down the clapperboard, a group of people in Walter White's living room celebrated Walter White's birthday. This was one of Walter White's most aggrieved scenes in the early stage. On his birthday, his wife and son both looked at his brother-in-law, and no one was really happy for him. Walter White's sad and forced smile immediately showed the depression of this character. The atmosphere was cheerful, but Walter White felt tormented. Camera number 2, give Brian a close-up. Mark sat behind the director's monitor and directed the camera movement, while Lyman watched patiently. After this period, the actors quickly touched up their makeup, but their eyes were still inevitably cast in the direction of Lyman. A well-known director came to visit the set, which was enough to make everyone in the scene feel respectful and cheer up to perform. But Lyman didn't say much, nor did he interfere with director Mark's command. He actually accumulated a lot of experience on the set, and dispatched in an orderly manner. Wait for another 2 minutes, everyone get ready, we will start shooting the next shot. After a few days of running in, the crew members of Breaking Bad had a certain tacit understanding, and the shooting progress was actually relatively smooth. Moreover, it was only the first 3 episodes of the pilot, so the preparation work would be easier. After all, if it is shot and broadcast at the same time, for a general American drama crew, at least 2 episodes of footage need to be produced in a week. After the visit, the next day, Blue Butterfly Pictures released the first 4.5-minute trailer of No Country for Old Men on major TV stations. Since the film is a multi-line film with a seamless plot, it is not easy to cut a more exciting and attractive trailer for this film. Therefore, the first version of the trailer only pointed out a few characters in the play and a small part of the dialogue of the coin guessing section. Although it seems vague, it can be seen that the film is a Western crime theme. The characters in the movie have their own characteristics. Of course, the most attractive to the audience is definitely the killer Anton played by Javier Bardem. The forked mushroom head is really ugly and impressive. And Lyman has directed a similar crime theme against bad guys, which has also aroused the expectations of most movie fans. This kind of topic throwing out to arouse momentum has always been the simplest and most effective marketing method. And the trailer thing has also been played by many movies. Some bad movies are even joked that the whole essence is in the trailer, and the trailer is better than the feature film. In short, after more than 2 weeks of hype, the movie will officially debut in North American theaters on May 24th. In May, the Cannes organizing committee called several times and urged Lyman to go there as soon as possible. He had to put aside his company affairs and prepare to go to the film festival to serve as a member of the jury of the non-competitive unit. On May 10th, Lyman and his team rented a Gulfstream to fly to Paris first and then to Cannes. In the cabin, the space between seats was spacious enough. After all, there were only 12 seats in the whole cabin. Among them, Lyman, Eva, Thomas and Ryan occupied 4 seats. Lyman, the president of Blue Butterfly Pictures Distribution, also took an assistant to find a suitable source of film. In addition to the leading actors such as Heath Ledger, Javier Bardem, Tommy Lee Jones, and Josh Brolin, all 12 seats were not full. The group took off at 1 p.m. and arrived at Paris International Airport after about 9 hours of flight. After coming out, they took the VIP channel and were immediately treated by a group of French studios. Speaking of which, these people who greeted them were ordered by the company's senior management, and the visitors were at least management. After all, Lyman and them have a partnership, and the popularity of The Walking Dead has been rising with each season, with ratings never falling below 6. They have mutual interests and have made money, so naturally they are enthusiastic. Chapter 635. Courtesy, subscriptions, votes required. The temperature outside was about 20 degrees. The sun was warm on the body, but if you stand in the sun for a long time, you will sweat instead of being warm. But such a group of people had to go down to the tarmac to greet them to show their attitude. Because the second season of The Walking Dead brought more than $7 million in profits to almost every investor, and it will only continue to increase in the future. This business can be profitable for several years. Studios such as EMI, Europa, and Gaumont are of course willing to take such a gesture to welcome the arrival of the god of wealth Lyman. As long as anyone is interested, they can see the prospects of Firefly, and it's okay to hug its thighs. After all, few French filmmakers are doing well in Hollywood. Lyman is already the best. Even Luc Besson's short-lived entry into Hollywood with Léon, the Professional failed to persist. After all, his production ability could not keep up with the market there. Once the box office is poor, he will be immediately abandoned. In addition, he doesn't have much foundation, so it's better to go back to France. Filmmakers in other regions are in the same situation. Therefore, Firefly is getting better and better, which really makes these French filmmakers look at it with new eyes. In the aisle outside the apron, several cooperating studios have sent representatives. While everyone was chatting and waiting, they saw the Gulfstream business jet not far away descending and then taxiing on the ground to slow down. The plane stopped steadily and docked in the aisle. Lyman was the first to come out of the cabin, very eye-catching. He was a little surprised to see so many people, then smiled and said a few polite words. One of them said, "Mr. Last, we have prepared a banquet, and Mr. Luc Besson is waiting for you over there." The answer was completed in a short moment, and Lyman went to ask Eva and others about their plans. It is definitely not easy for crew members to go to such a private banquet. Therefore, the difference in the status and treatment of the actors came out. An experienced actor like Tommy Lee Jones immediately said that he had a residence in Paris and wanted to reminisce with old friends. Javier Bardem did not have such connections and financial resources, so he could only go to the high-end hotel arranged by the crew. The same was true for Heath Ledger and others. As for Thomas and Eva, they also said that they had not been home for a long time and did not want to go to the banquet. So, Lemon had to drag Ryan, who also had few relatives and friends in Paris, to the banquet. The motorcade was divided into several directions, and it was agreed to meet at the hotel at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and then dispersed. Lemon and Ryan got in the car, and after more than half an hour, they arrived at a luxurious manor on the hillside. From here, looking into the distance, the view of many buildings in the urban area of Paris is unobstructed. This place is a residence of the chairman of EMI, which is carefully decorated. It is quite large, occupying more than half of the land on the top of the mountain, and it also diverts water to form a lake. The buildings everywhere are full of Mediterranean palace style. The banquet was held in the garden behind the main building. When Lemon and Ryan arrived, the guests were all senior members of several studios. At dusk, after a brief exchange of greetings, the banquet began. Looking up, a row of long tables were lined up, filled with cakes, fruit plates, or already cooked seafood. There was also a live barbecue and various French dishes in a corner of the garden. The waiters kept shuttling back and forth with trays, providing fine wine according to the needs of the guests. In addition, a horn band was also invited to the scene to accompany the music. Of course, Lemon had participated in many similar banquets and had no feelings at all. After all, in such occasions, drinking was not enjoyable, eating was not enjoyable, but the atmosphere was full. After all, this was just a social event. It was to bring each other closer. Moreover, Lemon could only say that these people looked familiar, but he didn't know most of them. He just chatted with Luc Besson and other studio bosses. Some actors or models invited to accompany the wine were also circling around, smiling constantly, and occasionally passing a few glances to the big shots present, but no one paid attention. Lemon talked to them about film and television projects, and some interesting things about the Oscars. They also talked about their own company's shooting plans, or talked about cooperative development. Many cooperations were decided verbally and then signed. While talking, Luc Besson and his friends introduced Lemon to an older Frenchman. This was an ordinary looking old man, but he looked very friendly. Lemon knew that the person who could be valued by Luc Besson and his friends was not as ordinary as his appearance, so he did not hold his posture, and extended his hand respectfully to greet him. The two shook hands, and the old man smiled happily. "Just call me Edmund. Everyone calls me that." Hearing this name, Lemon was still a little confused, but Ryan knew it. This man had been a director and a screenwriter, but he was not very famous, but he had a wide network of contacts, and was an important member of the Cannes organizing committee. This year's jury list was set by him, and he also wanted to invite Lemon to be a judge. He was considered an old veteran in the film industry. When he had time, Ryan mentioned Edmund's background, and asked Lemon to talk to him patiently. Although this kind of person has no wealth or fame, and is completely invisible in public, he is a person who cannot be offended in the French film industry. Moreover, the old man is very enthusiastic, and makes people feel good about him. Perhaps it is precisely because of his character that he can enter the Cannes organizing committee. And Luc Besson introduced this person with the attitude of giving favors. First, Lemon's film is indeed qualified to win the award, and is very competitive. In addition, many judges of the organizing committee also like to support French filmmakers, and go with the flow. Second, it is to deepen cooperation. Although the grand prize selection of the Cannes Film Festival is evaluated by the jury every year, it is actually impossible to bypass the organizing committee. No matter what, the organizing committee must be informed. Therefore, Edmund's friendship has a great help to Lemon's works selected for the award. After all, it is no secret that the Cannes Film Festival relies on relationships to win awards. Just like the public relations of the Oscars, there are great variables in personal relationships, not just the quality of the film. Whether before or after, this kind of unfairness of film festivals has always existed, and no matter which film festival. In the original Time and Space, this session was a joke. Lemon would not expect to wait for the award without doing anything. That would be too naive. Even if Lemon did not see any strong opponents in the shortlist this year, No Country for Old Men was already very good, but favors and public relations were still indispensable. And Edmund really valued Lemon. because he felt that Lemon's banner could make French filmmakers famous to a great extent. Hollywood is the focus of the world's attention after all. Even if the French literary and art circles have always refused to admit it, they have to admit their influence. Therefore, this chat was a thought, a desire to make friends, and they soon became familiar with each other. After getting familiar with each other, Edmund looked at Lemon and suddenly asked a question that was hidden in his heart and was very curious. I have seen all your movies. Although some of them are too commercial and the plot is not strong enough, they are definitely excellent in terms of expression. But Lemon, why have you never made a very French movie? Edmund really wanted to understand this question. In his opinion, even though Luc Besson caters to the international market so much, he has also made purely French works. French actors use French to tell French culture. Lemon thought, how to answer this question? Could it be that it is because I have an Oriental mindset? Even if I make a love movie, macro love, and a crime movie, they don't have the most orthodox Hollywood flavor. Where can I find works with a very French flavor? I have never thought about this. Moreover, the French film market is sometimes even inferior to the British market, and the ceiling of this region is low. Of course, this can only be thought about. Lemon was hesitating to find a good reason, but he heard Edmund continue to ask in an interested tone, is it because you also agree with the views of new filmmakers such as Luc Besson, that French films must abandon too many geopolitical factors if they want to go abroad? Yes. Lemon nodded. He felt that Luc Besson was actually right. No matter which region's films want to really go abroad, they can't be too regional. Even Hollywood, their local films will still not sell at the box office if they don't cater to international audiences. And China, except for kung fu movies, rarely achieves results in the international market. Regional culture actually restricts the development of movies towards popularization, because some cultures are difficult for outsiders to accept. Here comes the third update. I beg you book friends to give me the triple link, recommendation ticket, monthly ticket and subscription, which is really important for this book. Bang bang bang. Chapter 636, Earning Face. Please subscribe, vote. Discussing topics like cultural ideology is not Lemon's strong point. Feeling a little guilty, he held the wine glass and thought that if they were talking about film and television creation, shooting techniques, or even French New Wave works, he could keep up the conversation, but he really didn't know how to talk about this. Looking around, everyone tacitly did not interrupt the two people's conversation. Even Ryan ran to the side. Alas, why didn't someone come out to make peace so that he could get rid of this topic? But this banquet was not formal. Everyone present was in a game and social mentality, holding wine glasses everywhere to make friends. Even if someone wanted to meet Lemon, they would not be stupid enough to run over at this time. However, it is really interesting to explore that a famous French director does not have a French film to show off. Perhaps it was because Lemon entered the system of Europa films from the beginning, and Luc Besson happened to be a filmmaker who did not fully respect French culture. If he changed to a more traditional film company, his script project might not even pass the threshold of review and approval when it was submitted. He would think of making a more French work. Of course, all this is just speculation. Lemon has passed the initial accumulation stage, and it is difficult for his reputation to fall easily with one film. However, it is certainly not wrong for a French film veteran like Edmund to persuade the younger generation to promote French culture. He has served French films for so many years, and is also a respected person. Lemon thought, since there is such a view, then he should make a French film to dispel this view. He vaguely remembered several classic French films in his mind, and he had carefully thought about them when he was watching them. Thinking of this, Lemon smiled and said, in fact, I had a similar idea of shooting a long time ago, but I have been thinking about polishing the plot more comprehensively in my heart for so many years. It was not until recently that I had a general idea. Edmund sighed. Oh, now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to your work. Well, finally this is over. After Edmund, 2 or 3 more people came to socialize, and Lemon politely entertained them one by one. The banquet lasted until midnight before everyone dispersed. Lemon was a little tipsy, and under the arrangement of the hosts, he rested in this manner. When he woke up the next day, the sun was shining brightly, and it was obviously almost noon. There was no beautiful lady to warm the bed, and no one came in to disturb him. As soon as he opened the door, a servant ran down to report. Then, 3 more people came. The one walking in front was a man and a woman. The man was the big boss of EMI Films, who was about 50 years old, and had an ordinary appearance. The woman was not seen at the banquet last night. She was very beautiful, with graceful eyebrows and eyes. She was probably in her 20s, and was the most attractive. Behind her was a servant holding toiletries. "Did you rest well last night, Lemon?" the EMI boss greeted with a smile. After all, he was one of the most powerful people in the local film industry. He was polite, so Lemon couldn't be polite, and smiled and replied, "I'm in good spirits. Thank you for the hospitality. Haha." The EMI boss then introduced Lemon to his wife, the very young and beautiful girl next to him. Lemon had already guessed about this, and politely shook hands with her, as if to say hello. Lemon was not surprised by this woman's kindness to him. EMI has always been doing business in the international film market. Relying on the platform of the Cannes Film Festival, it has made friends with many film producers. However, EMI, like most French studios, has insufficient influence on Hollywood. It is difficult to make a profit from the huge market. In this way, the courtesy to Lemon is just a recognition of the strength of Firefly and the good situation of the co-invested The Walking Dead. It is natural to be polite when there is money to be made. After chatting for a while, Lemon took the toiletries from the servant. After washing up, he had another lunch. Lemon hurriedly said goodbye to the boss of EMI, and after some politeness, he went straight back to the hotel, booked by the crew. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, except for Eva who had to stay at home for a while, the crew set off again, and went to the seaside town of Cannes. The coming of this grand event has attracted countless tourists from all over the world and people who are willing to exchange ideas about movies. Tens of thousands of people coming from all over the world quickly made Cannes lively. Everyone stayed in the hotel they had booked again. Of course, Lemon and Ryan didn't need to stay, and they went home. There are still nearly 10 days before the opening ceremony of Cannes, but the hotels and hostels near the Film Palace are already full of people. Most of these people are actors, stars or behind the scenes workers from various regions. As a result, people who make friends, build relationships, do public relations, and take the opportunity to do business and sell various souvenirs also gather here. It is really lively. The small venue separated from the main competition halls of the Film Palace has a long queue in front of the windowsill at the door, which is also very popular. Here is the registration office for the non-main competition unit. As long as you pay a certain fee and handle the information, you can participate in the competition. Although there were many people participating in previous years, they were not as much discussed as this year. The reason, of course, is that the organizing committee spread the news that Lemon would serve on the jury, which made many new directors in France willing to participate, hoping to be recognized and make a name for themselves. This is a wonderful thing, and with a really famous director in charge, there is naturally an endless stream of responses. The news fermented for several weeks, and everyone who knew it. People who were willing to participate came from all over the world with their proud works. Of course, Lemon didn't know all this. He thought the list of the jury was confidential, but he didn't know that the organizing committee took the initiative to attract people in order to enhance its influence this year. It wasn't until he went to the jury venue and got to know the judges one by one that he learned about it from everyone. Lemon felt that he was cheated by the organizing committee at the first time. As I said, the selection itself is a thankless link. Who to judge and who not to judge will cause controversy. And now he can't give up. Lemon is a little depressed. He worriedly said, the so-called non-competitive unit is an award for encouragement. Most of the participants are newcomers who have just started working in this industry. There may be many who are familiar with the camera, but there are definitely few who are professionally trained and skilled in shooting. There are even fewer who can really shoot good works. Therefore, there should not be many works that can meet these conditions. The shortlisted films are too rare. It should be easy to choose, right? One of the judges laughed and said, "It's not what you think. If you really judge it this way, it would be very simple, but it's actually very difficult." The man did not hide it and explained it well. Although the non-competitive unit is not very valuable, the requirements for the works are very small, but there are a lot of competing films. Why? Because even works that are no longer than 60 minutes have to be judged, and most of them are movies of this length, whether long or short. One of them jokingly mentioned that he had seen a feature film that was more than 6 hours long. It was really boring. There was not even a main line. The whole film was about daily life. The person seemed to be walking around the street with a camera. But this also needs to be judged. Moreover, some masterpieces are sometimes scrupulous and are also put in non-competition screenings. Of course, this kind of work does not need their evaluation. It has been internally determined. Therefore, with such a low threshold, the workload is actually very heavy. Of course, except for Lyman, everyone present is not a celebrity. Some of them are screenwriters, but they still come here to comment on movies. Therefore, everyone usually takes a look and picks, and treats it as a fun thing to do, and the utilitarianism is smaller. After all, the non-competition unit is not so important. When it officially started, everyone drank coffee and talked about the division of labor, and they all proposed that Lyman be the chief judge. Lyman was about to say a few humble words, but he saw that everyone was surprisingly consistent, nodding one after another, and no one disagreed. In a few words, Lyman was pushed to the position of being able to truly decide who will win the award, and he had the most say. In fact, Lyman is really the only filmmaker who is really noticed and recognized by the public. The other few are not as much as Lyman in terms of qualifications or achievements. The only thing that can be compared may be age. However, there are still people younger than Lyman. No one objected, and Lyman was a little happy and thanked everyone for their compliments. It seems that he is also a well-known person, and his fame can convince people. Lyman is a little proud. Isn't it this face that he earned by making movies? Chapter 637 Untouchable. Please subscribe and vote. Although this venue is not as spacious as the main competition venue, it is also a 5-room hall. There are several compartments next to the hall. Usually, they are used to store sundries. When the film festival begins, they become a place for screening movies. After a simple layout, it can accommodate the 12 judges to watch their own films. In addition, the organizing committee has transferred several assistants to help organize and archive the selected films. In fact, apart from wasting time and energy, the selection is a simple matter. What's more, the organizing committee has not even mentioned any salary benefits. Everyone is working for free, so it is even more arbitrary. Follow the judges' minds, as long as they don't mess around. Therefore, it is still quite free. For example, many materials are still arranged, and you can pick one to watch at random, and only watch the first 10 minutes to decide whether you can enter the next stage, which is the selection of the grand prize. After being shortlisted, first register, then select the movies worth selecting, and finally distribute the awards in a centralized manner. This is the general process. Some people also attach great importance to the newcomer award, thinking that it is a kind of recognition that can encourage themselves to continue in this line. Moreover, after winning the award, the organizing committee can provide part of the funds to support the filming of the next work. Of course, the money is not much, only 10,000 or 20,000 euros, but if you save this money, you can still shoot a low-cost film. It can be regarded as a conscientious place in Cannes. Although they also play shady games, they can indeed provide help for the film industry. Sometimes, fame is the biggest subsidy, isn't it? With fame, what else do you need? Investors? Filmmakers from many regions have benefited from Cannes, including Lyman. Therefore, he is still more attentive to this matter. In other words, they are a group of role-playing casual players who are willing to spend time enjoying the process and focus on participating in the fun. It is more appropriate to think so. When it gets dark, everyone casually discusses a few interesting things while watching the movie, such as a director has made another super long movie, which is more than 4 hours long. It tells the story of a person from childhood to middle age. The time span is very large and quite thoughtful. There are also films about the joys and sorrows of the porn industry, and the atmosphere is more erotic. Of course, there is no shortage of short films among them, and there are also many innovative ones. In short, among so many films, there are always some films with more ideas, and then everyone goes home. After a few days, according to everyone's selection, Lyman drew up a preliminary list and then sent it to the organizing committee to inform them. Then the organizing committee posted the selected films in the list together and promoted them in the official media. Even if the second stage is almost completed, the only step left is to issue the awards. It must be said that with Lyman's support, some people have indeed paid attention to the non-competitive unit. After all, most of the local French media are very friendly to him and are happy to report. Therefore, the non-competitive film list was spread all over within a few days. The credibility is several levels higher than that of the non-competitive units of previous years. This made the shortlisted filmmaker suddenly pay attention to this selection. After all, once the attention is high, the award set may be related to the future reputation and qualifications, and it is also worth showing off. People who work in the arts may not love money, but there is no one who does not love fame. That is their most important personal interest. For a while, the organizing committee did not expect that the non-competitive unit would be so popular, and they were all happy that Lyman was the right person to invite. After all, the film festival is not afraid of controversy, but it is afraid of no popularity and no one paying attention. At this point, if you try a little, you may win the award. The shortlisted filmmakers have to bite the bullet and think of ways to get in touch. If others go, and you don't go, wouldn't it be a loss? And the thing about connections is that you can always get into the judges by talking about it. It is impossible that no one in the jury comes out to socialize. For them, it is a rare opportunity to make a name for themselves. If they don't seize it now, when will they seize it? For a while, the judges of the non-competitive unit and the main competition unit were all happy and distressed. They were happy that they were sought after, and they were always in a good mood. They were depressed because there were too many people trying to make connections and they didn't want to offend any of them. But there are only so many awards, and if they are all divided equally, someone will be left behind. What should they do? This shows that it is really not easy to be a judge. As the attention is high and things are getting hot, even Lyman can't rest. Moreover, it was not just about the selection. By the way, Edmund, whom I met at a manor banquet when I just arrived in Paris some time ago, was originally a member of the Cannes organizing committee. When Lyman got up early in the morning and went to the film palace, he saw Edmund waiting for him. Why is it special? Because as soon as Lyman appeared, Edmund greeted him enthusiastically. Lyman asked in surprise, "Is everything okay over there? How do you have time to come to me?" Edmund shook his head. "It will definitely take a long time to debate the 21 nominated films, and we have to refer to the opinions of the audience. There is no point in being anxious. By the way, do you have a specific plan for the long prepared film you mentioned that day?" "Okay, it's for this matter." In fact, the old man was bored, so he caught Lyman, a junior who was interested, to kill time and satisfy his curiosity. At only 30 years old, he has achieved such an achievement. It would be a lie to say that he is not curious. Seeing the old man's gaze, Lyman looked around and said, "What should I do here? I still have mission to do." Edmund smiled and said, "It's okay. What's the big deal if we delay for a day? Let's go and see your new movie first." To be honest, I'm still looking forward to it. The members of the Cannes organizing committee took the lead in giving up the responsibility, so what else could Lyman say? Anyway, he was quite tired of socializing these days. Watching and reviewing films is already very time consuming, and he also has to exchange pleasantries with all kinds of people, which is really boring. It's normal to be in a bad mood after watching too many bad movies. According to Lyman, more than half of the works here can't be shown in theaters. What a waste. And he doesn't need to rely on the non-competitive unit to become famous. He is not a newcomer or an old generation filmmaker who uses this channel to promote his works. Wouldn't it be better for him to go directly to the main competition and earn reputation with his own movie reputation? The two of them went back on the way, which was only more than 10 minutes away. Entering the study, Edmund looked around with interest. The area is not large, but the layout is very organized. There is a large writing board against the wall. Walking in, there are several movie concept drawings on the writing board, with the character settings and branch design next to it. plus a pile of script drafts, this new work can be roughly understood in the mind. This is a story about two men. One is rich, highly educated, and lives an aristocratic life, but accidentally caused high paraplegia due to a skydiving accident. The other is rude, idle, and can only live on relief funds. Very clever class setting. Two people represent two circles and two kinds of life. After reading the script, Edmund also had a deeper understanding of the title The Intouchables. There is really no so-called empathy in this world. Can healthy people understand the pain of being paralyzed in bed? Can rich people understand the difficulties of making a living everywhere? Can carefree people understand the thoughts of delicate people? This movie just tells the story of the stubbornness of a high-level paraplegic who doesn't like others' pity and doesn't want to be sympathized, and the running in of two people with huge differences who live completely different lives. A work with a lot of thoughts and laughter. A light comedy full of French jokes and interesting French plots. Edmund praised Lyman. How did you come up with this setting? While asking, he continued to focus on the scene storyboard on the writing board. This is actually adapted from an autobiography. Lyman said, adapted from Philip Pozzo di Borgo's The Second Breath. This true story was made into a documentary 2 years ago. After watching this documentary, I had the idea of adapting it into a feature film. This statement is half true and half false. The story is indeed adapted from an autobiography, but it was when Lyman just arrived in Cannes a few days ago that he took the initiative to call Philip in Essaouira, Morocco to get the filming rights. As for the documentary, it was actually not shot well. It was too trivial and had no context. Moreover, the original version was not adapted until 2008 when the two directors came up with the idea of adapting it. After raising funds, it was not released until 2011, but there was no copyright dispute. Chapter 638, Tolerance, Subscriptions, Votes. Edmund's praise is justified. The conception of The Intouchables is indeed ingenious. Perhaps non-French filmmakers will only say that this movie is well made and good enough, but if you look closely at the cultural background, you can find the real ambition of the movie. Because Driss in the film, that is, the poor black man, is an Algerian. If you don't pay special attention, this identity is actually nothing. But you have to know that the history of grievances between Algeria and France is quite complicated. If this issue is not explained well, it is very easy to cause audience resistance. In other words, under the shell of a light comedy, The Intouchables is a film that transcends race, country, skin color, and even looks at history and hatred from an objective standpoint, directly raising it to a broad mind that tolerates everything, and then presents it in a very leisurely and very emotional way. There is a reason why its ratings have always been high, and even rank high in the history of French films. A film that is mixed with many factors that are difficult to tell, but can be expressed cleverly, is undoubtedly a kind of wisdom. In 1830, France seized the richest part of the Mediterranean coast of Algeria for diplomatic reasons. In 1905, France basically completed the occupation of this region of Algeria. During World War II, Algeria supported the Allies and supported the French free armed struggle. After the end of World War II, Algeria had a strong sense of independence, and the de Gaulle government sent troops to suppress it. In 1962, Algeria declared independence. Therefore, the relationship between the two places should be that France spent 75 years colonizing Algeria and then failed. The degree of tragedy in the middle is the hatred between countries. Until now, Algeria likes to build three-leaf towers, their architectural symbol, to tell that history. But, if it's just like this, the two are just hostile to each other. But the situation is actually a little more complicated. In later generations, many people lamented how the French army raised so many blacks, and suspected that it was a form of mercenaries. But in fact, most of those blacks are Algerians or mixed-race descendants with France. Because of that colonial history, the degree of integration between the two countries is very high. In France today, more than 70% of the mixed-race population are Algerian blacks and their descendants. Many of them were forced to stay in France during the colonial period and have been rooted there ever since. Like Zidane, the pride of Marseille, he is also an Algerian. Therefore, The relationship between Algeria and France is very complicated, with both hatred and recognition, and as long as they want to immigrate, the first choice is always France. At the same time, how do the French generally view the Algerians? Generally speaking, most French people think that it is an overseas territory and then lost, which is a shame. They also set Algeria's Independence Day as a national disaster day, which is enough to show the thoughts of the people and the government. This kind of master thinking makes many French people subconsciously look down on the Algerians. Their treatment and welfare are also very different from those of local residents, not to mention social respect, which is not the case at all. Therefore, Edmund thinks Lyman is very thoughtful. Equality has been talked about for so many years. Is society really equal? No, but it does not prevent Lyman from saying it as a filmmaker, and he still uses the most exquisite form of aristocrats and black servants to advocate and rationalize respect. And it is a light-hearted plot with a lot of jokes, making people accept similar sermons with a smile. This is very difficult, and no wonder it takes a lot of time to conceive and perfect. Well, Edmund thought more and more. But this is just a white lie. After a few days of preparation, Lyman gradually sorted out the shooting ideas of this film. When talking to Edmund, there are many directions to talk about. For example, some very French jokes. You can't eat chocolate without arms. The general meaning is that you won't be rewarded if you are willful, which is generally the words used by parents to teach their children. In the preliminary plan, Lyman planned to attend the opening ceremony, decide the awards, and complete the work he promised to the organizing committee before officially starting. The budget of this movie is not high, only $12 million. The original version only cost 9.5 million euros, and €1 is roughly equivalent to $1.034. After all, the entire plot scene is very simple, with only 3 main actors, the rich Philip, the poor Darius, and Philip's mansion butler. And the butler's role is concentrated when the 2 leading actors are present, which is a shot in the same scene. Hearing Lyman's plan, Edmund asked curiously, "Who are you going to let play the rich man?" "Francois Cluzet, do you know him?" Lyman asked with a smile. Edmund thought about it seriously and replied, "The one who worked with Isabella Jenny in A Dead Summer? I seem to have heard of him. Can he really do it? I think this role has a lot of room for performance, and most people can't carry the show." Lyman didn't say anything, but handed over a videotape. This is The Apprentice, a work he starred in 1996, when he was 41 years old. The image in it is very consistent with Philip's setting. As for his acting skills, he has been nominated for the Kaiser Award for Best Supporting Actor many times. Playing the leading role is a challenge for him, but it is also the best performance stage. I think he can do it. Edmund didn't say anything else. He took the videotape and said, "It's a pity that I don't know any Algerian actors, otherwise I can recommend one to you. As for this one, I will help you contact him." "Thank you." Edmund interrupted, "It's okay if I can help a little. I still hope that you can shoot more similar movies. In recent years, we have rarely produced any good results. The film market has become increasingly sluggish, and it has been completely washed away by films from other countries. This is not a good thing. French films are becoming increasingly bleak in the international arena, and the entire industry is affected." As a member of the Cannes Film Festival organizing committee, Edmund is of course worried. Perhaps this is why he is in such a hurry. Moreover, what substantial benefits can he get from the filming of The Intouchables? If it is not for the public interest, he has no need to help. After sending Edmund away, Lyman continued to perform his business, watching movies and socializing every day. While in North America, Breaking Bad officially began its trial broadcast on Fox TV. Saturday, May 13th. In the morning, in the old town of New Mexico, Breaking Bad is still busy shooting. Although the TV series will premiere tonight, they still have to continue to shoot the subsequent plot materials to avoid difficulties in scheduling. Brian grew a signature beard, wrapped in a gown, and exposed his upper body to mix a new type of purified drug. Of course, candy props were used during the filming, but they only looked like it, and eating it would not have any effect on the actors. After a set of shots were taken, and today's scenes were completed, director Mark Turturro ordered everyone to gather the next day, and then disbanded the crew. In a blink of an eye, everyone dispersed, and it seemed that their minds were disturbed. Mark smiled, turned around and went back to the hotel, turned on the TV, and locked on the Fox channel. He was also confused about his first official series. Since Fox TV network broke through the three major TV networks in the 1990s, it has also fixed a large number of audiences, who are the kind of hardcore fans who watch it when they have nothing to do. Then, Firefly relied on Prison Break and The Walking Dead to lay a foundation for a large number of drama fans. Although there is no saying that HBO's productions must be pornographic and violent, it makes people believe in the strength of this producer. Even if there are some controversies and doubts in the past, most people still watch the show in front of the TV first. There is a rational method for criticizing, right? You can't criticize blindly and force it. Fox TV also attaches great importance to it and directly broadcasts it in the prime time on Saturday, which is 8 o'clock. You know, this is a first-class window resource. Generally, new dramas are basically broadcasted on Fridays when there is time available, not like this time. It can be seen that Fox also recognizes Firefly as a brand in the field of TV dramas, and it is worth the effort of Freeman to produce high-quality products. It's about to start. Come quickly. A young man shouted in a residential building in a community in Los Angeles. A girl ran out of the room and leaned against the young man. A couple of viewers. These two are also fans of Firefly. They usually watch HBO, but this time they locked on the Fox channel specifically for the new drama. Chapter 639 play, subscribe, vote. After the usual brand logo, the first episode begins. Yellow sand, Gobi Desert, and a pair of worn-out pants floating in the air. The camera turns down, and a motorhome is speeding through the desolate suburbs, and the wheels continue to move forward over the pants. Inside the car, a middle-aged white man, played by Brian Langston, with a bare upper body, fat all over his body, and not lean, is driving the car with anxious eyes, and looking at the co-pilot from time to time. Next to him is a young man wearing a beige coat and a gas mask, but he seems to be unconscious. The camera is to the back of the car, where there are two bodies lying in a pool of blood, panic, corpses, and a speeding motorhome. A big question mark is thrown to the audience at the beginning. The man of the couple said, "Isn't this a crime drama? Now there is a murder case, and they are ready to run away. The woman's attention is on the role just now." She said, "The leading actor is really an older actor, alas." Unconsciously, I was a little disappointed. Later, when the RV was driving at high speed, Walter lost consciousness and the car rushed out of the road and was forced to stop. What was even more terrible was that a police siren was heard not far away. Walter got out of the car in despair, carrying a pistol. The man awaiting trial also took out a handheld DV from the car to record his last farewell to his relatives. He said a few words to his wife and son, hiding his bitterness, and then put on a silly green shirt and a pair of white shorts on the lower body, and walked to the middle of the road in such a weird outfit. The sun shone on the man's body, casting a motionless shadow. The sound was getting closer and closer. The man gritted his teeth, struggled slightly, raised the gun horizontally, and aimed it in the direction of the siren. Time went back to 3 weeks ago. Walter, played by Brian, is a high school chemistry teacher. His family is not rich. He lives in a house of less than 40 square meters with his pregnant wife and his son who has cerebral palsy. Leo Bay's life was repetitive and boring, and the burden of the whole family fell on him. However, his salary as a teacher was not much, and the only source of income was completely unable to support the family. His wife complained that the credit card bills at home had piled up in the mailbox. The man silently promised to pay it back soon. On this day, Leo Bay rushed to school early in the morning as usual, facing a group of students in the classroom who were panting, picking up girls in class, and not interested in studying. He just pretended not to see, and continued his teaching, as if talking to the air. When the bell rang, Leo Bay, who had finished teaching for a day, rushed to a nearby car beauty shop to wash cars part-time. He took out the detergent and sponge with his hands and feet, squatted down and even knelt to scrub. Unexpectedly, his students saw him like this. The student who drove a luxury car and looked very rich was surprised for a while, and then he joked with a smile and took out a macro DV from the car, to film the scene of his teacher washing his car, saying that he would show it to other students. His and his girlfriend's teasing made Leo Bay even more silent. This job was a part-time job that he had fought hard for. It would not conflict with his teaching duties and he could earn more money to supplement his family income. Let him be laughed at. Walter White thought to himself. The protagonist is too cowardly. I'm so angry when I see him. Why don't I go up and punch that rude boy? This is not a comedy. It is really boring. I think the acting is very good. It has a sense of life. Until this time, more than 10 minutes of the plot had been shown. Some viewers were disappointed and changed the channel directly, and this part accounted for a large part. In the backstage of Fox, a group of technicians watched the ratings continue to fall and hurriedly reported to the supervisor. After the supervisor learned about it, he regretted it greatly. He should not have given such a good resource schedule earlier. On the screen, Walter White dragged his tired body home. In his busy schedule, he forgot that today was his birthday. As soon as he opened the door, his wife, son, relatives, and friends gave him a surprise. Everyone had a smile on their face and said happy birthday to him, which comforted Walter White to some extent. However, a man as honest and boring as Walter White would definitely not be the center of the party, even if it was his birthday. His brother-in-law, Hank, is a drug enforcement policeman. He is eloquent and can always tell some drug enforcement details that no one can touch, which attracts the attention of everyone present. Everyone laughs for him and is surprised by him. Even his son with cerebral palsy likes to sit next to him. All this makes old White depressed again. He doesn't know what he has gained in return for his efforts for this family, not even a word of comfort. But he dare not be depressed. Yes, he doesn't want to disturb everyone's interest. Then, Hank casually put his arm around his shoulders and said that old White has the opportunity to go to the drug enforcement site with him to experience it. This is not showing off, but it hurts old White's heart. He had to agree. The next day, old White saw a beautiful woman with a good figure in the car beauty shop. But who knows, in a moment of excitement, he immediately felt light and fluttery, as if he couldn't use any strength, and collapsed on the ground. The ambulance took old White away. After a series of tests, the doctor told old White an even more unfortunate news. He had lung cancer, and it was in the late stage, and he could only have conservative radiotherapy. Walter White was confused and accepted the result, that he was going to die soon, as if the sky had fallen. Such bad news instantly destroyed his fighting spirit. At night, Walter White sat outside alone, lit a match, and then watched the match slowly go out. In such a pessimistic mood, Walter White called his brother-in-law Hank and said that he wanted to experience the tense atmosphere of a drug bust. Soon, through the intelligence of the informant, the drug bust team to which Hank belonged had mastered a drug manufacturing den in the suburbs. The group arranged a breakthrough route, and Walter White sat in the car waiting. At the scene, as the police rushed in, a man was quickly arrested, and the man was caught red-handed. Knowing that the operation was going smoothly, Walter White suggested whether he could go inside to take a look, but Hank said that the danger was not over yet and he had to wait a while. While waiting like this, Walter White accidentally saw a man climbing through the window and escaping in the next house, wearing red underwear and not even wearing clothes. What he didn't expect was that he knew this person. He was a student he had taught before, named Jess, also known as Xylophone. Xylophone made a hush gesture and turned around and disappeared from the intersection. That night, Leo Bay drove to find Xylophone and said he wanted to do business with him. He made drugs and Xylophone sold them. Xylophone was a little puzzled. He couldn't understand why a teacher who had lived half his life honestly would have such an idea. Leo Bay replied simply, with a little sadness, "I'm 50 years old. Life was so hopeless that there was no ripple, and it was also depriving him of his life and his family's future. It goes on and on. But now I'm awake." Xylophone thought Leo Bay was crazy and didn't want to agree. But Leo Bay threatened that, if he didn't do it, he would take him to the Food and Drug Administration and said that his brother-in-law was to catch people like you. Xylophone had no choice but to agree. The next day, the two acted separately. Xylophone used Leo Bay's savings to buy a second-hand RV as a mobile base, while Leobei went to the school and took out many necessary chemical equipment and various raw materials from the chemical storage room using the convenience of his chemistry teacher. Xylophone thought these instruments were just for show. Leobei said, "I went to the site to see your equipment. The crude ones are just garbage, but what I want to do is to make stable chemical crystals with high purity. No messy auxiliary materials." Xylophone still disagreed and felt that it was a mistake to cooperate with Leobei. He didn't know how to make drugs at all. But then, the serious Leobei used chemical knowledge to really teach Xylophone, who was unlearned, what it meant to learn math, physics and chemistry well, and you won't be afraid to travel around the world. They drove to a secluded hillside in the suburbs, and there was a burst of operations, purification, refining, and reduction that Xylophone couldn't understand at all. A plate of pure white crystals without any impurities was left. Such results made Xylophone dumbfounded. In his cognition, there was no drug with such high purity on the market, not to mention the great efficacy. He happily complimented Leobei, saying that as long as they mastered this technology, they could sweep all those goods out of the market and completely dominate. White took off his gas mask and said calmly, "This is just basic chemistry. I have taught you." Then, Xylophone took the product to find Zyloba, a supplier she knew. After testing, Zyloba could not resist the temptation of this new drug. While Xylophone was bragging, Zyloba's cousin came out. This man was the unlucky guy caught by Hank and his team in that arrest operation. When he saw Xylophone, he immediately grabbed her by the collar and asked her why she ran away alone and was so disloyal. But under the persuasion of her cousin Zyloba, and driven by common interests, Xylophone was let go. The three of them took a car to the suburbs and found White. But White was also at the scene that day, which made him suspicious, and shouted that White was a policeman and an undercover. Zyloba and his cousin took out their guns and wanted to kill White and Xylophone. Xylophone fled in a hurry and fell to the ground, unconscious. At the critical moment, White offered to give the drugged formula to Zyloba, and he escaped. Back in the car, the two men held guns and stared at Walter White as he demonstrated the process on the spot. Unexpectedly, Walter White played a trick and bullied the two men because they were not well educated. During the wrong purification process, poison gas was released, and the two men were knocked down at once. Then, it was back to the beginning. The first episode ended. In fact, Breaking Bad is a very slow burning drama, and there are so many details. If you are not careful, you may miss it. The audience who can still stay in front of the TV at this moment have raised some expectations for this drama. For example, how to deal with the two unconscious people. Can Walter White still sell drugs smoothly? And how should this old man with lung cancer go on? In short, a group of viewers who want to see handsome men and beautiful women left, and a group of viewers who like the plot stayed. At the end of the show, the ratings actually returned, which did not make Fox see no hope. Chapter 640, gradually rising. Please subscribe and vote. Breaking Bad, the American TV series that has won the highest Guinness World Records, actually did not have many viewers at the beginning. According to the original Time and Space, after the first 3 episodes were broadcast, AMC almost cancelled it directly because of low ratings. Fortunately, in 2008, the Writers Guild went on strike again. At that time, TV stations were broadcasting old series, and there were not many new series. Therefore, Breaking Bad, which had a good retention rate, continued to be filmed. Everyone knows the story behind it. After laying out the characters and clues in the early stage one by one, this series about human nature can increasingly catch the audience's attention. It also proves once again that, as long as the series itself is good enough, no matter good or bad, right or wrong, or greed and vanity, all these human shortcomings can be accepted. Everyone wants to see how this middle-aged unlucky guy who appeared cowardly and timid, wearing white underwear, and shaking all over in the wasteland, when he was frightened by the sirens, and gave his last words, was dragged to a high place by his chemical genius and growing desire. Moreover, all successful film and television works have one thing in common, which is that they can make the audience feel involved and have expectations. At this level, it is normal that the foreshadowing at the beginning makes some people dislike Leobei for being too cowardly. Maybe in the real world, there are not many people who are more miserable than Leo Bay, so where does the sense of substitution come from? But it is precisely this foreshadowing that makes Leo Bay's transformation in the future more attractive. It is a bit miserable to start with suppression before praising, but it is right. After watching too many individual heroes and too many dramas with a lot of wits and tricks, it is easier for everyone to feel sympathetic about the story of this honest man who will go crazy when he is forced into a corner. Those heroes are far away from our world, but people like Leo Bay are very close to us. Leo Bay thought to himself, damn, I have lived for decades without knowing why, and I have never lived for myself. How stupid. Next, play the second episode. Leo Bay stood in the middle of the road in white underwear and a green shirt. He was entangled for several times. He wanted to commit suicide for a while, and wanted to resist with a gun for a while. Finally, he ushered in a dramatic fire truck. The body and mind suddenly fell from a high place to a low place, which was so thrilling, and after the excitement, there was fatigue and relaxation. Leo Bay hid the gun, and called a tow truck to pull up the RV. After Xylophon woke up, Leo Bay, who had escaped from danger, destroyed the recorded farewell video that he felt was very cowardly. After completing all this, the two looked at Xyloba and his cousin who fainted in the car and started a discussion, trying to find a suitable way to deal with it. But obviously, the two who had just suffered from high mental pressure had no clue at all. Leo Bay even backed out directly and said to Xylophon, let's not meet again in the future. I'm tired of such panic. Xylophon also escaped from the gates of hell, and he was unwilling to cooperate with his teacher in drug trafficking, so he agreed to Leo Bay's request. Make it clear, the evidence is almost destroyed. The two restarted the RV, but unexpectedly, a gas mask fell on the open space beside them. Moreover, during the process of returning to the city, Leo Bay in the back of the car actually showed signs of waking up. When Leo Bay returned home, he felt a novel excitement he had never experienced in his life. He hugged his sleeping wife with lingering fear and had sex with her. This can also be regarded as a way to vent stress. After the passion, Leo Bay looked at himself in the mirror and felt that these changes came too fast and too suddenly, which made him feel like he was a little strange. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he was of the future. The depression of the confusion of the future caused Leo Bay to faint in the toilet. After waking up, it was the early morning of the next day. At the dinner table, Leo Bay tried to use some clumsy jokes to cover up his uneasy heart and dispel his wife's doubts. But in the eyes of his wife Skylar, these were deliberately vulgar and did not give a good face. In this awkward atmosphere, the phone rang. On the other end of the phone, Xylophon was already busy and overwhelmed and told Leo Bay that Leo Bay had woken up. What should he do? Old White was a little angry and asked if he couldn't handle it himself. He lowered his voice so as not to attract his wife's attention and said helplessly, forget it, I'll come over to help you after school today. But Old White's unusual behavior today, including his bravery last night, had already made his wife Skylar feel something was wrong. After Old White went out, he immediately called back. Here comes the funny part. The call was connected, and it was a voice message from Little Pink. Yo, 148 to 3369 represents Albuquerque. What's up, bitch? Inexplicably, Skylar put aside some of her suspicion. A day of boring teaching ended again, and Old White came up with an excellent way to deal with the body from the students' questions in class. He hurried to the chemical storage room and took away 2 large bottles of strong acid. But when they arrived at Little Pink's residence, the two had another argument. Little Pink felt that Leo Bay was still alive and was very hesitant, and Old White didn't want to kill a living person, which was different from self-protection. After all, these two were not cruel enough. But things have to be dealt with, otherwise once exposed, both of them will have to go to jail. When the situation was at a stalemate, Leo Bay proposed to decide by flipping a coin. This time, fate stood on Xylophon's side. According to the agreement, Xylophon was responsible for destroying the body with strong acid, while Leo Bay dealt with the still alive Xyloba. Afterwards, Xylophon went to the supermarket to buy a low-density polyethylene box for the body, and Leo Bay flipped through many tools to think about how to deal with Xyloba. Finally, he chose a plastic bag. Leo Bay tiptoed down to the basement, but he couldn't bear it for a long time. In the end, he simply threw a lot of food and water in front of the tied Zioba. In such an extremely tangled mood, Leo Bay took out the big hemp from Xyophan's house. This was his first time trying it, and he had never seen such a thing in his life before. Then, looking at Xyophan who had returned home, Leo Bay could only say helplessly, "I will definitely be able to solve this matter tomorrow." Then he teased Xyophan's low IQ, saying that he was masturbating except sleeping, and one plastic box was not big enough, so why not buy two? One for the upper body, and one for the lower body. The two people who looked at each other suddenly felt irritated again and remained silent. After saying goodbye to Xyophan, Leo Bay immediately got up and rushed to the hospital to accompany his pregnant wife for a prenatal checkup. Seeing the fetus in his belly take shape, Leo Bay was a little excited. But at this time, Skylar asked, "Who did you answer the call this morning?" and admitted that he called the number back. After thinking for a long time, Leo Bay began to lie, saying that the man was a marijuana seller and begged his wife to indulge him this time and not to interfere, and swore that he loved her very much and would always love her. Hearing this, Skylar made another decision. She felt that all the abnormalities of her husband were due to smoking marijuana. So she drove to find the person who left the voice on the phone. On Xyophan's side, driven by marijuana, he finally plucked up the courage to drag out the body and prepare for chemical ablation, but unexpectedly met Skylar, who came to make trouble. In order to hide the body, Xyophan kept using exaggerated body movements to attract Skylar, to not divert his eyes. Fortunately, he was smart and Skylar only came to warn Xyophan not to sell marijuana to her husband, Walter White. Therefore, Skylar did not find the body hidden in the back of the car. Looking at the teacher's wife going away, Xyophan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Xyophan dragged the body away, threw it into the bathtub in her attic, and poured strong acid on it. When school was over in the afternoon, Walter White came to Xyophan's house. Xyophan kept talking about how smart and brave she was, and said that Walter White had made no progress at all, and he had solved it perfectly. Walter White was puzzled and asked him how he solved it. Xyophan proudly said that without the damn plastic box, I could solve it with the bathtub. Walter White was stunned. He really underestimated his student's chemistry, idiot. Sure enough, when the two came to the attic, they saw blood dripping down through the floor, and finally corroded a big hole directly, and all the fragments of the body that had not been completely dissolved fell out. The whole scene was a mess. This is a tasteful clip, and it also makes the audience watching the series continue to look forward to it, while holding back their nausea. After a hole was rotten in the floor, Walter complained, "Sorry, what did you ask me just now?" "Oh, I remember. I asked you to find some stupid plastic container. You see, hydrofluoric acid will not corrode plastic, but it can dissolve metals, rocks, and even your tile bathtub, just like now." As a chemistry teacher, Xyophan silently endured the teachings. At the end of the second episode, the gas mask left in the wasteland was picked up by a little girl. Where will Walter and Xyophan's life go? How to deal with the blood and flesh on the ground and the living Zioba? Under the questions of the audience, word of mouth gradually rose. The first episode of Breaking Bad was broadcast to the end, and the highest ratings at the beginning were over 6, and slowly declined to less than 3. Such a result is so unacceptable to the crew members, especially the director Mark Turto and Fox TV. Not to mention that the optimistic Mark thought that there would be a rating of 4 anyway, and the show he shot was not that bad. But reality can be very dramatic sometimes. When the ratings were announced, there were even more people who laughed at the show. The top executives of several major TV stations were all happy to see the failure of Breaking Bad. Even Lemon was reminded of this by Joseph's phone call. But after knowing the results, Lemon still felt that an average rating of 2.8 was already good. The previous show didn't even have 2.0, and our audience was not much stronger than the original Time and Space. Then, he brought a message to the depressed Mark and asked him to continue filming, gave him a raise, and said that he filmed very well, so he would continue with this approach. Mark thought that Lemon was comforting him, and he felt very warm in his heart. Unexpectedly, the turning point came soon, and he felt that Lemon was right, and his method was right. Slow burning dramas pay more attention to details, and they should not rush for success. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Climax. Subscribe, vote. The famous scene in the second episode, after the corpse melted in the bathtub, has already set off a small climax. In the third episode, Walter is still struggling to kill Zio Bay, and the relationship between the couple is also affected by a little lie. In the basement, Walter suddenly fainted when he made dinner and sent it down. After waking up, he had a very heart-to-heart talk with Zio Bay. Zio Bay's performance was completely different from that day's madness and inhumanity, which made Walter more inclined to let Zio Bay go. But in the end, this honest man ushered in a betrayal. It turned out that all this was calculated by Zio Bay. The purpose was to paralyze Walter, and he also used the scattered plate fragments when he fainted to cut the rope to kill Walter. The deceived Walter finally made up his mind and killed Zio Bay. This was the first time that the honest man showed his power, but it was so shocking. It was not until this time that the charm of this show began to be fully displayed. As for Breaking Bad, the discussion heat gradually increased. Some people say that this drama requires a little patience. Some people say that the plot is well arranged. Some people like Walter White the most. The slow pace in the early stage is both a disadvantage and an advantage, which makes the later plot completely overwhelm. Some trivialities in the character setting. Brian Langston's acting talent is underestimated. His plasticity is fully reflected in this drama. He can be weak and fierce. When he really wanted to kill Zio Bay for the first time, I admit that I was surprised by him. This feeling is amazing. This drama has a sense of life and is not as boring as it is said. There is a lion in every man's heart, and the diagnosis of lung cancer is undoubtedly the key to release the shackles of the lion in Walter White's heart. Before this, he was cautious. He tried his best to protect his family. He lived a depressed life and had no sense of existence. After this, he would enjoy the surprise and admiration of his relatives, whether it was teaching a lesson to the gangsters or the dirty words to the car wash owner when he resigned. It all came from this psychological change. In other words, this man who is very accomplished in chemistry is yearning for strength in his bones, but the quiet life has worn away his edges, but it can't stop the inner restlessness. In the process of becoming a lion, he began to be domineering, confident, and began to define his own territory. He did not like to be betrayed. He had self-esteem, but it was not obvious at the beginning, but he did not hide it later. Therefore, you will see that the more people think he will be a soft egg, the more paranoid he is to prove to everyone that he is awesome. Walter White, who is no longer despised by life, is really charming, and people are extremely looking forward to where he will go. The most common sentence in similar comments is "I haven't seen enough." As a result, the ratings of the first episode were less than 3, but they rose to 3.1 in the second episode and 3.4 in the third episode. Although the increase was still very slow, the audience retention rate was abnormally high. Except for the avalanche of ratings caused by the high expectations of the first episode, there has been no decline since then. Even the repeated episodes broadcast on Friday can attract many viewers to watch repeatedly. Is Breaking Bad popular? It is not popular yet, but it has been regarded as a must-watch American TV series in a certain circle of viewers. Nowadays, many TV series become famous after being broadcast. There are fewer TV series that slowly rise by word of mouth, but there are exceptions. In any case, the TV series has been recognized after a sluggish start. Moreover, the audience limitation is minimal. What is Prison Break so popular? That's just because young people like to watch it, which can be seen from the data chart of Nielsen statistics. Or like some soap operas, the elderly love it very much, but young people don't watch it at all. However, Breaking Bad is that the more people are fascinated by it, the larger the basic audience segment is. From teenagers to 50s, except for adolescent fanatics who like to chase idols, it covers all. In other words, this drama is too lifelike, and everyone can find a trace of themselves in the characters in it, not to mention that the transformation of an honest man is already highly dramatic, and the transformation process is not abrupt. Once he does something bad, he is not very cruel. Instead, after a series of promotions, Walter White walked into the abyss and let himself sink. HBO, General Manager's Office. Austin looked at the latest summary report of the ratings of the same period in his hand in a daze. His first reaction was to say bad. How come Breaking Bad has not been sentenced to death, but has started to rise? More importantly, is this retention rate real? From beginning to end, 90% of the audience retention rate? You know, nowadays, when watching American TV series, audiences rarely watch from the beginning to the end. If it is a little bad, they will immediately change the channel or watch other more necessary dramas. Therefore, sometimes the average rating of a drama with a maximum rating of over 6 is very good, if it can reach 4. The strange thing about Breaking Bad is that the peak rating is really nothing. It is much lower than Prison Break and The Walking Dead, produced by the same studio, but the broadcast is abnormally stable. The average rating is equivalent to the highest rating. These data details let Austin, a professional, know at a glance that the quality reputation of this drama is too good, so once the audience starts to watch it, they will no longer change the channel. In other words, there are many loyal fans, and passers-by will become loyal fans after watching it. Fox TV got a bargain. It's really troublesome, Austin thought with some resentment, because in his opinion, HBO and Firefly have a very good cooperative relationship. If Warner Studios didn't make trouble, HBO would definitely be the first choice for this show. Of course, Austin has habitually forgotten that when the ratings of the first episode came out, he laughed at Firefly for failing to perform and making a mediocre and bad show 2.8. That's it. Now there is no smile at all, just regret and blame the short-sightedness of his own senior management. Fortunately, this show has just begun to emerge, otherwise Austin would probably be even more depressed, because the biggest highlight of Breaking Bad is not only the stable retention rate, but also the explosive reputation and influence later. The Guinness record is not taken for nothing, but this show is really invincible. Since it was broadcast, the Emmy Awards, the Oscars of TV series, have almost been swept by Breaking Bad, and the audience fan scores are also very impressive. The scores of IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes have never been low, and the media review is as high as 99 points. Newspaper reviews, the full score is 100. On the other hand, the stable audience, since the third episode finally made Fox's executives feel relieved. If this drama is too bad, it would be a waste to give it prime time. Of course, Breaking Bad, which has just entered the ranks of boutiques, is not outstanding, but it is undoubtedly a little comfort to many people, compared to the gap at the beginning. From a rational point of view, even if the cooperation has not broken down, Firefly and Fox can still go on together. So, Fox immediately contacted Firefly to discuss renewal matters. According to the initial agreement, Fox only needs to pay $850,000 per episode for broadcast buyout fees and 18% of the advertising revenue inserted in the same period. Under the premise that the ratings rise and the broadcast fees remain unchanged, the advertising profit sharing will continue to increase until it reaches the critical value of 40% after breaking 6. Of course, in the eyes of Fox executives, Firefly probably cannot get 40% of the share, because they have seen slow-burning dramas before, but it is impossible to increase the ratings several times on the basis of the original stable ratings. In their hearts, they are happy and feel that this deal is a good deal. If Firefly takes less, it means Fox will make a profit. After the meeting was slowly held and the renewal contract was signed, Fox gradually began to promote Breaking Bad through its media mouthpieces, further consolidating the impression of the quality of the drama. In fact, in terms of media resources, no one can be more convenient than Fox, which is backed by News Corporation. For a time, most of the media reviews and film critics columns were either sincere or obeying orders, praising Breaking Bad, from role performance to plot design to buried clues and details. In short, there are too many things to brag about, and there is no worry about having no topics to talk about. And Bryan Scranton is also like Walter White in the play. he has risen to the top and jumped from a second or third rate actor or a relatively old person who always plays supporting roles to one of the most famous TV actors in Hollywood recently. Afterwards, Fox contacted advertisers while contacting overseas TV stations to make another profit. Of course, most of these overseas TV stations still belong to the Fox TV network, and only a few areas are not covered. However, overseas branches must pay a copyright fee before they can broadcast, and Firefly can still get a share of the money. This can also be regarded as a copyright revenue generating model for American dramas. The more standardized it is, the more conducive it is to mobilize the enthusiasm of the production studio. The benefits of separation of production and broadcasting are reflected here. Good dramas can be sold at a good price, and bad dramas do not need to pay attention to losses and are delayed in being removed from the shelves. For TV stations, good content can also bring a better profit basis. The charm of Breaking Bad has also been gradually highlighted. Chapter 642 Leading Actor Selection, Subscriptions, Votes. This morning, a black Mercedes-Benz business car stopped at the parking lot of the Pallades festivals. Suddenly, two men got out of the car and walked towards the venue of the non-competitive unit. One of them was dressed formally, with grey hair at the temples and slightly wrinkled eyebrows, and looked quite old. The other one was carrying a shoulder bag and looked a little younger. These two were Francois Cluzet and his agent. Ever since Edmund took the initiative to invite the actors that day, he immediately found Francois, who was unemployed at home in Marseille, through his connections in the circle. This actor is also an old actor, but he was not very famous when he was young. After he honed his acting skills, actors of his age were not popular and lacked opportunities, so he was not prominent. After receiving the invitation, he immediately followed his agent to Cannes. As the two approached, the agent said, "I don't know what will happen next, but director Lyman is highly regarded in the industry and has a good attitude. It should work out. We came all the way here and don't even know what we are going to act in. This is a bit too hasty." Francois was not so worried. He said, "They took the initiative to invite us, so we just go." When they arrived at the entrance of the venue, the agent made a phone call and said a few words. Immediately, someone came out from inside. It was Edmund who greeted them personally. Although the three of them were not very familiar with each other, they had heard of each other to some extent. In addition, Francois was of similar age to Edmund, so they were polite to each other and didn't seem strange. They could chat well. Francois also learned from Edmund about the movie The Untouchables that he was going to star in. According to Edmund, Lyman had been preparing for this play for a long time, and there was a lot of room for development in it. If he performed well, it would really be outstanding. This made Francois more interested, and his heart felt like it was being tickled. They walked all the way to a quiet compartment in the venue. Edmund greeted him, and then Lyman came over with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Cruz." "Hello, Director Lyman. I like your $1 Million Baby very much. Not only is the plot of that movie great, but the shots are also very good, especially the scene where Maggie takes the car home after training. The coordination of light and lens is simply amazing. How did you come up with that idea?" Lyman smiled complacently. "In fact, my photographer Thomas also provided inspiration for that scene. He used cold light to shine on the upper side of the camera so that the light and shadow part could just cover 1/3 of the character's face. The scene composition has such a beautiful feeling, and Maggie's occasional smile is actually the actor's own perfect performance." After chatting for a while, Lyman led a few people to the inner room and took the preliminary draft of the script and handed it to Francois. "Take this back first and read it a few more times. The specific shooting time is estimated to be in early June." Seeing that Lyman easily decided on the role, Francois was a little surprised. He didn't think it would be so casual before he came. But Lyman has seen several works that Francois has participated in recently, and he still recognizes his ability. More importantly, he looks a bit like the original author, so he won't feel out of place when acting. At this point, his agent couldn't help but interrupt. "What about the pay for starring in this movie? Wait a few days, I'll find someone to talk to you. Now, we haven't signed a contract." "Oh, sorry." The agent smiled. The distribution of the intouchables will be jointly represented by Europa, Gaumont, and Pathé. By the way, when the information of this project was initially disclosed, and Edmund took the initiative to help, the three studios soon found someone to come. In fact, there were more people, but Lemon chose these three after consideration. First, these three companies are all powerful. Second, they have a foundation of cooperation, and are easier to deal with. Of course, the focus at this time is not this. Since the selected list of films came out, how to evaluate the awards has become the biggest obstacle and difficulty. Lemon originally thought that he could just listen to everyone's opinions and give the award directly to the work with the most votes, but when discussing this matter, everyone had many concerns. Some said they would support local filmmakers, some said that being too deliberate would lead to doubts, so they would give the award to the most famous one. Some said that they would start with the novelty of the work. In short, there was no most convincing work, and it seemed that everyone could get the award, but it also seemed that it was wrong to give it to anyone. Moreover, although the organizing committee brought in several pre-selected works, they did not say anything more about the matter, which seemed to mean that you guys decided it, and they were very patient and not afraid of everyone messing it up. In this regard, Lemon, as the chief judge, was also very annoyed because this decision would affect whether his task could be completed smoothly. To be honest, before he became a judge, Lemon always felt that judging an award was a simple matter. But when he really became a judge, he had to consider all aspects, which was still very time consuming. After all, everyone eats this bowl of rice. You say his movie is good, I say the others are not bad either. You say he is the most famous, I say the work cannot be judged solely by fame. On this morning, Lemon got up and went to the venue, thinking whether he should go to Edmund to discuss this matter, to test the wind and gain experience. I didn't expect to run into a member of the jury as soon as I arrived at the entrance of the venue. From his appearance, he seemed to be waiting for me, Lemon thought. Sure enough, the man greeted, "Mr. Last. What's the matter?" Lemon was puzzled. "It's like this. I have met a lot of people in the past few days, most of whom asked me to invite you to a gathering. So, I want to ask you what you mean," the man explained. "Oh, what are they for? What else?" "Of course, it's about the award." The man smiled. "The award will be discussed, and the result will be determined. What's the point of looking for me?" No, they are just targeting you. I still know this. Besides, you are the chief judge. If even your words don't carry weight, who else can?" The man shook his head and said, "Don't look at the current debate. If you really have a choice, the organizing committee can also make sense. Okay, if I'm free, I'll meet you." After the matter was agreed, the two entered the venue together. At noon, Lemon ran to find Edmund. Over at the venue of the main competition unit, Edmund was flipping through a list. He looked up and saw Lemon coming over and said happily, "Why are you here? I was thinking of looking for you later." After that, he took out a list from the drawer and handed it to Lemon, saying, "This is a list of Algerian candidates listed by several studios according to your instructions. Several of them have some acting experience, but most of them have played villains or gangsters, and have not played any positive roles." Lemon took it, and flipped through it, and then set an age limit. More than half of the candidates' resumes were eliminated, leaving only a few who were relatively suitable. Lemon returned the list to Edmund and said, "Choose from these three. Whoever is more natural during the audition will be chosen. It would be best if we could find an Algerian to give advice during the audition." Edmund thought about it, wondering what the deep meaning of this choice was, and blurted out, "Is there anything wrong with the three of them?" Lemon replied, "We think they all look the same. We are face blind. But Algerians can certainly tell many differences between their compatriots. In addition to acting experience, I want to choose someone who is kind and handsome. We can't continue to vilify Algerian actors, that would be bad." Edmund suddenly realized, that makes sense. The first thing this movie wants to tell is racial equality and the friendship between Philip and Driss. Of course, we can't choose an ugly one. Acting skills are secondary. If he can remain natural in front of the camera, there is still room for adjustment. In short, the casting of Driss must satisfy the Algerians. That's it. Lemon nodded. Lemon is quite experienced in this regard. Just like Hollywood won't cast ugly black people when it wants to make a movie with them as the main characters, this so-called discrimination caused by face blindness actually has a lot of room. Because there are indeed differences in the ability to distinguish between different skin colors. What you think is good may not necessarily be good for Algerians. After talking about this, Lemon tentatively asked, is there any fairer or more convincing method for judging awards? Edmund smiled and said, there is no such thing as convincing or not convincing in this world. Some people like to watch horror movies, and some people like to watch comedy movies. The former may also like comedies, but most of those who watch comedies may not be exposed to horror at all. Can you decide everything just because you like to watch comedies? Everyone has their own stance and preferences. There is no such thing as convincing the public when it comes to movies. Chapter 643 Rules. Subscribe. Vote. Of course, there is no movie that can absolutely convince the public. Lemon knew this 800 years ago. Otherwise, the film market would not need to be divided into art and business, and the film genres would not need to be divided into action, fantasy, horror, suspense and other categories. But what Lemon is annoyed about now is the selection. There should be a set of standards, and it can't be decided by drawing lots. Lemon expressed his doubts and many people have begun to find him to inquire about the situation. He didn't know how to refuse. Only fools are willing to offend people for no reason. Edmund sighed. It's like this every year. You'll get used to it. Even the old man doesn't know how to do it. Lemon didn't believe it. Edmund heard what Lemon meant and said sincerely, this is indeed a difficult matter. In fact, every year's selection will encounter various contradictions. For example, should you give the award to people like you who have already achieved results? If you give it, there will be no chance for newcomers. If you don't give it, do you think you will feel comfortable? In addition, for the number of tourists and so many filmmakers who came from far away to participate, whether to give it or not is also a consideration. So I can only say that it is a trade-off. Then there is no hidden threshold? Edmund thought, there is. For example, politically correct works such as anti-war, equality of thought, and racism are not acceptable have a greater chance of winning the award, because awarding these works is the least likely to cause controversy. You can't criticize the intentions of those works. Since you can't criticize them, you can naturally shut up many people. Damn, after talking about it, it's about the banner of political correctness. But I have to say that, if a movie is the least controversial, it is indeed the most politically correct movie. Even if it's not very good, do you dare to criticize others for choosing the wrong material? This is a very tricky direction. Edmund said, we also organized an internal screening yesterday for your film No Country for Old Men. It was well made, that's my opinion after watching it, but the social atmosphere and character setting in it are very extreme, which is still a concern. Moreover, it's not a good thing for you to win another Palme d'Or after only 1 year. I think they don't want to give it to you, but there should be compensation. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Edmund asked suddenly. Lemon shook his head. He answered to himself, the future of French films still depends on you, and your films make me feel the most happy. This is what many people say about you. The organizing committee of the previous session gave you the grand prize because of similar appreciation and recognition of your identity. No matter what, you came out of Cannes. Lemon was ashamed. He was at best a filmmaker who liked a good reputation. Edmund's enthusiasm overwhelmed Lemon, and he couldn't get the most comprehensive solution from him, because it seemed that the main competition had more concerns, and it even involved the number of tourists and the recognition of regional filmmakers. So, after chatting for a while, Lemon went back to his job. When it was almost time to get off work, the man who had invited him in the morning came over and said, it's really hard to avoid favors. Please do me a favor, sir. Seeing that he was sincere and had verbally agreed, Lemon didn't refuse. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the evening. Following this man out of the film palace, he walked all the way to the right and arrived at a row of high-end hotels next to it. The reason why the Cannes Film Festival was first established was to solve the problem of summer tourists. These hotels contribute funds to the convening of the film festival every year, which is a disguised form of publicity. Of course, this mutually beneficial thing has become a grand event until now, which is something no one expected. And the exquisitely decorated club between the hotels is the destination of their trip. The man introduced. The chefs here are very good, and the wine is directly customized from the winery. Those people wanted to invite you to taste it. Then he lowered his voice and explained, the confidentiality here is very good, and we are not afraid of being known by outsiders, which will be detrimental to this matter. The two entered the private room under the leadership of the foreman. The people sitting inside immediately stood up and greeted them attentively. And the identities of these people need not be mentioned much, they are the relevant stacker holders in the shortlisted films. In fact, the non-main competition unit is not as low profile as Lyman thought. For a famous person like him, this marginal award is of course useless, but for those who have just stepped into the threshold of being a director, it is very helpful. In addition to the funding bonus, what is more important is that, if you can win the UN Certain Regard Award, that is, the film industry's newcomer award, the next work will have a great chance to enter the main competition unit to compete for the Golden Palm. This is what everyone often calls the Cannes Direct Line. This is also a similar way of selecting newcomers that every film festival will create. After eating and drinking, it is natural to talk about awards. This is something Lyman had guessed in his mind. Moreover, these people are all French filmmakers. They are all from the same circle, so they are definitely closer than outsiders. One of them said, it's really hard to say that you are asking for this, but we will definitely not let you down. Are there any benefits? Faced with the request, Lyman pondered and said, it's very difficult for me to make a decision in this regard, so I plan to refer to other opinions. I have to convince everyone. Lyman specifically pointed out the word convince. He is not very opposed to finding connections and taking advantage of others. This is how society is. After all, there are only a few people who help the right instead of their relatives. You can't always ask everyone to do this with a selfless character. At least, Lyman is a selfish person. However, he doesn't want to ruin his reputation in the circle. Moreover, cheating for a newcomer award is not worth it for Lyman. The reputation and character that we have worked so hard to build can only match a newcomer award. Can't we even exchange it for an Oscar? Of course, he was not an unkind person. Since they were so sincere, Lyman continued, so, I plan to arrange a few screenings and give a suitable answer based on the reviews, audience reviews, and internal opinions. I will give priority to your work. If you can't even win the extra screening, you can't blame me. Lyman thought. The only way for him to open a way out and give an explanation to the French film industry without damaging his reputation is to give all the shortlisted French films extra screenings, which is already very affordable. When several people heard this, they were all happy. The so-called extra screenings basically represent the kind of films with good reputations, even in the main competition. So, Lyman was still very considerate. And when these people go back and talk, it will also be good for Lyman's reputation in the circle. Although Unkind has good character, he is not good at socializing, and he is not considered easy to get along with. After saying goodbye to each other and leaving, the next day, Lyman immediately started to arrange the screenings. The organizing committee has allocated several screening rooms for this purpose, mainly to retain the audience and tourists in Cannes after the opening ceremony, giving them a chance to watch films and participate. Moreover, even if the film cannot enter the main competition or the non-main competition, the official screening will still be organized, and you can also find an open space to exchange films. Every year, the number of films exhibited in Cannes is extremely large, which is the direction for Lyman and others to select film sources. Anyway, with so many filmmakers gathered in one place, there are always some valuable films that have not been discovered. For a time, the debate over exhibition halls and screening time became the daily routine of this small group, and it may also be the daily routine of the main competition jury. By the way, the members of this year's jury are still quite powerful and attractive. After Lyman said he would not participate, the organizing committee weighed the options and found the Sunglasses King as the chief judge. Then they invited Chinese actress Zhang Ziyi, British actress and Tim Burton's wife, the Red Queen Helena Bonham Carter, Italian Pearl Monica Biloxi, Israeli director Ilya Suleiman, British actor Tim Roth, the protagonist 1900 and the pianist on the sea and Samuel Jackson. The jury of each Cannes is roughly allocated in this way. First, they must be famous and add star power. Second, they must have achievements and be international directors. Third, there must be at least one French filmmaker. Fourth, it is best to select members with different regional backgrounds. In short, they are well versed in the word balance and have taken all aspects into consideration in order to attract tourists and increase diversity. The organizing committee has also made good efforts. Chapter 644. Strict hierarchy. Please subscribe and vote. May 18th is a day when another Cannes Film Festival officially opens. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of heavyweight works in this 59th Cannes Film Festival. Among the 21 shortlisted main competition films, there are many international directors, such as Iberian god Pedro Almodovar, British intellectual director Ken Loach and the like. And it is actually quite difficult to choose these big directors who are supporting them. According to the practice of the original time and space jury, this session is completely dividing the cake, and the balance is played without even a fig leaf. 5 Best Actor and 6 Best Actress were selected at one time, and the jury, the Golden Palm and the Screenplay Award were each won, and none of them were re-elected. What's more amazing is that the one who won the Golden Palm could not get the Best Director, which caused a lot of laughter. Oh, by the way, the King of Sunglasses is one of the judges who is best at this. As long as he is in charge of an international film festival, the basic principle he follows is everyone who sees it has a share. Therefore, this is not his first generous nor his last generous. Of course, the organizing committee is actually happy to do this. Firstly, not to offend anyone, and secondly, not to take the blame. After all, aren't the judges of the jury used to be in the open? As for the judges of the jury, they just think that they will definitely not be asked for the next session, and they don't want to cause trouble. Therefore, the organizing committee wants the jury to calm the situation. But in fact, everyone is smart. Originally, this is a place for fame and fortune. Everyone who comes here has something to ask for, which will inevitably cause controversy. Unfortunately, it is still quite ugly to make it so that there is no fig leaf. And this session, after Lemon participated, the water was even more muddy. Although he has no thoughts about the Palme d'Or, he still got one for compensation. After all, this is also his home court, and he is more or less valued by others. This feeling is not bad, quite like Harvey Weinstein's attitude of being like a fish in water in the Oscars, by relying on his Jewish identity. On this morning, Lemon took photos and put on a show with the shortlisted creators under the arrangement of the organizers, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he began to prepare for the entrance. Everything was arranged clearly, and at about 5:30, it was time to walk the red carpet. In Cannes, the hierarchy is still very strict. People of different identities do different things, and they are clearly distinguished. For example, the most popular Cannes carpet star press releases in later generations are actually in the form of suite. Basically, before the big names enter, they walk up and let the photographers they bring with them take 2 photos, and then go back to brag about themselves. You will find that such photos are basically sideways photos. If it is a shot facing the opposite side, it will be very embarrassing. There is not even a person from the organizer at both ends of the red carpet, and no one has officially entered. If you want to know whether you are sweet, just look through the list of shortlisted films and the list of invited guests. These are all news that Cannes will announce in advance. What's more strict is that even media reporters have press cards with different permissions. In other words, interviewing big names is not something that any small entertainment reporter can do. If a female star really wants to stun the Cannes red carpet, she must at least be a real guest group and be recognized by the French official newspaper with high sales volume. Every year, Cannes will disclose the red carpet looks of the invited female stars in the form of large photos, which is a form of comparison. Self-titlement is obviously a form of deception. Therefore, the Cannes Film Festival is really not open to anyone who is not up to standard. The communication here requires circles, qualifications and corresponding connections. If you don't meet this threshold, you want to gild Cannes, but they won't accept it. In the waiting area, Lemon suddenly felt very bored and sighed unconsciously. Waiting is a very unpleasant thing, especially the arrangements of the organizing committee are too formal and waste time. Don't think that everyone is harmonious and happy on the red carpet, but in fact, they may be sitting stiff under the stage. Busy from morning to afternoon, what group photos, individual photos and interviews, and dare not eat properly after finishing, for fear of going to the toilet when receiving the award, which will delay things and affect the image. In short, the guests were not comfortable for such an appearance. Not to mention the constant discussions to determine the screening time some time ago, which made Lemon's head hurt. Thinking about it, it was finally time to be relieved. About 10 minutes later, when the previous crew finished walking the red carpet, Lemon also began to enter with the main creators, signing, flashing, coordinating photos, and then entering personal courtesy communication. Compared with the noisy red carpet ceremony, the venue was still quite quiet. Afterwards, a group of judges gave a serious opening speech, followed by a song and dance performance, and then a grand introduction of the nominated films, and then returned to silence. Sitting next to Lemon was Eva, who arrived in Cannes yesterday. The two waited for the process to end in boredom. Then, it was time to screen the opening film. This year's opening film is The Da Vinci Code, directed by Ron Howard, starring Tom Hanks and Audrey Tautou. Although The Da Vinci Code was not shortlisted for the main competition, Columbia has a lot of money to build momentum in Cannes. In addition to winning the opening ceremony, large posters can be seen everywhere on the streets. According to the report of La Pioneer, this year's film festival has a significant effect on the sales of luxury restaurants and hotels around Cannes, which is higher than last year. Roughly half a month can account for more than 15% of the total profit of the whole year, and the bars and film festival surroundings that earn this income will double. Newspapers predict that by the end of the film festival, it will bring at least more than 150 million euros in revenue to Cannes. What is a big business? This does not include the handling fees and platform commissions generated by the sale of movies. Trading film copyrights in Cannes requires contract fees, and the majority will be taken away by the government and the organizing committee, and the rest will go to the Film Support Foundation to provide some funding for new film directors. In other words, after half a month of operation and promotion, the total profit of the supporting industries around the film festival can easily bring in more than 200 million euros. This is also the reason why the Cannes Film Festival is becoming more and more important. It can promote a large number of tertiary industries such as tourism and service industries, and it can also gain a good reputation. Who doesn't want to see Cannes continue to be popular? Even Hollywood blockbusters are paying more and more attention to the publicity brought by this platform. As long as they want to fight for a while in the summer season, most of them come here in advance to advertise. And the Da Vinci Code is a similar product. Because it was jointly released in 21 regions on the 19th, France is one of the markets that is given priority. In the original time and space, this suspense masterpiece with a cost of 125 million yuan was often compromised during filming due to the interference of religious people, and was also scolded badly after filming, so that the producer of the work and Columbia executives had to stand up and publicly say that the original novel and the adapted film were very far-fetched and full of heresy. After all, who made this work itself to a considerable extent expound the concept of anti-Catholicism? It can be said that the theme will be controversial, but Ron Howard is a big-name director who is used to making blockbusters. He easily solved the difficulty of sensitive themes and tried to weaken the religious stance with a very brain-burning suspense style and elements such as symbol decryption. In short, the reversal is amazing, and the plot will make the audience deeply attracted by the clues that keep appearing, and finally get the answer from Professor Langdon. In this way, the Da Vinci Code can finally win a box office of more than 750 million in the world, which is enough to prove how many audiences are chasing this film. Lemon has also seen this movie in his previous life. As a suspense film, it is undoubtedly the one with a good reputation. It's a pity that the copyright was acquired by Columbia early, and Firefly couldn't get it. However, if you can't get it, you can't get it. There are so many good movies in the world. Even if you eat Firefly to death, you can't eat it. Other guests on the scene, including Eva, watched this movie for the first time and soon followed Professor Langdon into the field of symbol clues. Among them, the portrait of Mona Lisa's smile is a very important direction to the clue. Of course, this one is fake, and Ron Howard complained about it. After the opening ceremony, there will naturally be a dinner. Chapter 645 Sunglasses King. Subscribe, vote. The process of the film festival is very similar. Moreover, most of the guests who attended the opening ceremony rushed to the scene despite being hungry, so the organizers must show their appreciation. In the banquet hall not far from the venue, Lemon rubbed his old waist, which was a little swollen, and handed some cakes to Eva. After eating and drinking, when they felt almost done, the scene turned into a polite social interaction. At this time, Edmund walked towards Lemon outside the door and greeted him with a smile. "Lemon, I'll take you to meet someone." What? Lemon had not come out of the state of relaxing and eating for a while, and then he realized that it was Edmund who was talking to him, and nodded in agreement. But Edmund looked at Eva again. Lemon slapped his head and quickly said a few words to Eva before following alone. She must be inconvenient, especially about transactions and public relations. Although Edmund is quite old, he is still very quick in action. In addition to helping Lemon advance the preparations for the Intouchables some time ago, he also did not forget the film festival awards. Therefore, this meeting is also an active matchmaking, so that Lemon can get to know more important people. Edmund looked at Lemon and smiled. "There is one member of the jury this year that you must meet. He has a very good reputation in the industry. Can I know who it is?" "Jiawei Wang." Edmund stopped and turned around. He suddenly thought of something and stopped smiling. In theory, the organizing committee cannot interfere in the selection matters to a large extent. That would be disrespectful to the judges. However, sometimes everyone has concerns. Well, as long as you understand, it's just an exchange. Lemon was a little puzzled. He is a smart man. Anyway, he will not suffer any loss. Well, okay, I know. Although Lemon was still a little confused, he couldn't lose his manners. Wang Jiabui, also known as the King of Sunglasses, loves to wear a pair of sunglasses to show off. He is obviously a screenwriter, but he doesn't like to follow the script the most. When he becomes a director, he has ruined a lot of investors and made a lot of actors cry. In short, he is a weirdo. What's even more bizarre is that his movies shot at will are very popular internationally. He is considered a rare Chinese frequent visitor to international film festivals. When the British film critics recently voted for the 10 greatest directors of the 20th century, they ranked this guy ahead of masters such as Kurosawa, Akira and Alfred Hitchcock. In the Mood for Love has captured the love of many female intellectuals. The euphemistic and soft expression, the lack of dialogue and the empty scenes and emotional scenes in the film have seriously influenced new directors like Sophia. It can be said that intentional processing is the best way for the King of Sunglasses. And his appearance is also easy to identify. He always wears sunglasses and has a wide face, which can be seen from a long distance. As for why Edmund took Lemon to meet the King of Sunglasses, it was because this guy was not only the chief judge of this year's Cannes, but also because he had connections in many regional film circles. For example, Venice also likes to invite him to show off. Oh, no, comment. Since the 1990s, this guy has grown into a big name among international directors. However, now that Hong Kong films are declining and the mainland market is rising, the King of Sunglasses has gradually reduced his film production and his activity has dropped. Instead, he likes to hang around as a judge. In short, this guy is still very cool. Even if he doesn't make a movie, he is still popular in the circle. This can be regarded as the foundation of the profession of director. If an actor doesn't act anymore and doesn't make achievements, he would probably retire long ago. But if a director has a high level of experience, he is definitely a big shot. Of course, the status of the two is not considered to be higher or lower, especially in terms of the relationship between film festivals. If it is compared with the box office, Lemon is of course crushing, but unfortunately, film festivals rarely compare box office. Can the affairs of filmmakers be measured by money? Vulgar. However, Hollywood does not agree on this. It is precisely because of this that the two can meet and chat with each other. And every time Lemon sees this guy, whether in photos or in person, he thinks he is very funny. Go up to the second floor with Edmund. As soon as Lemon saw the king in sunglasses, he immediately said politely, "I often hear your name, but I didn't expect to meet you today." Although Lemon wanted to laugh when he saw his face, he still held it back. Etiquette cannot be lost. After hearing this, the king in sunglasses smiled, and this smile made his eyes look small and more humorous. "Haha, you're welcome. I often hear your name." While speaking, he naturally shook Lemon's outstretched hand. Of course, this is just a courtesy to express cordiality. The king in sunglasses often hangs out in various countries, and he knows a lot of polite ways. Even a kiss is suitable for him. However, let's forget about the two grown men. Such cordiality makes even Lemon a little uneasy. "Come, let's sit inside." The king in sunglasses pulled out his hand calmly and continued to greet normally. After Edmund introduced the two of them, he smiled and said, "By the way, the jury has tried internally these days to see if they have come to any conclusions. We need to come up with a result in a few days." Don't worry. King Sunglasses nodded with a smile. "There will definitely be an answer in a few days." Of course, Director Lemon's No Country for Old Men is naturally excellent, and I personally like it very much. Damn, the organizing committee is selling favors, but it makes me pay for the endorsement. This is not going to work. King Sunglasses was depressed. As such a chief judge, there are film predecessors who are more famous than him, and no matter how he evaluates, it is not tenable. That's good. Haha. Edmund gave Lemon a look. So, Lemon also began to flatter. "What about your Chunking Express and In the Mood for Love? Have benefited a lot after watching them. And what about Admiration and Other Good Words? It is natural to praise. Since you have something to ask for, of course the attitude should be more enthusiastic." Of course, King of Sunglasses has heard a lot of similar polite words these days. Everyone wants him to be the offender with the intention of winning an award. So, he immediately praised, "After watching No Country for Old Men, I was deeply touched and extremely happy. Well, I will definitely come to support it again on the day of the screening, and invite a few friends to join me." Haha, "Thank you for your trouble," Edmund said. "No, you are all directors." Lemon couldn't refuse, so he had to thank him with satisfaction. This is how film festivals work. Find an acquaintance to find a way. You support me, I stand on the stage for you, or owe you a favor. Everyone knows that it is just a transaction, but it is covered with a layer of filmmaker's coat. After all, whether a movie can win an award or not is not decided by the audience, and it is at most a reference. The fact that the organizing committee and the jury can have a relationship is also thanks to Lemon's growing film career and more people who are willing to help. Afterwards, King of Sunglasses also deliberately talked about the movies in the non-main competition unit and revealed some of his thoughts. For example, he hopes that 2 or 3 works in the shortlist can be taken care of. In this way, he can also take care of the favors that come to him. Speaking of it, everyone plays this way. Owe each other favors, or exchange of interests. Isn't it just like this to build a network of relationships step by step? Everyone lifts the sedan chair, that's all. Lemon thought about it and nodded. Those movies are exactly what I think are good. Of course they need to be screened more. It seems that the number of screenings has to be slightly changed. Lemon put on an attitude that has been like this for a long time, and was very refreshing. The King of Sunglasses laughed dryly twice, thinking to himself, this person is also interesting. Does he know a lot? He is really pretending. However, the King of Sunglasses is also a good hand at interpersonal relations, so he didn't expose it, so he had to change the topic and continue chatting. After the transaction is completed, of course, a few polite words are needed. Etiquette cannot be lost. Lemon smiled and pretended to be talkative while watching Edmund constantly talking. It always feels very interesting. If it was the Oscars, Harvey Weinstein would have played it the same way. In fact, he had figured out the rules. After all, the judges always hope to gain benefits, respect, fame, and other things from such selections. Harvey was smart because he relied on his Jewish ancestry to break into the circle, actively cater to others, and people would not do anything too outrageous, so he could achieve such a success. Lemon couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 646, Lively, subscribe, vote. Well, this is difficult to do. A middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair frowned and pondered. Sunglasses King said indifferently, "They all came to me, so it's hard to refuse, but how to distribute it still needs to be carefully considered." The middle-aged man who was talking to Sunglasses King was Chen Huzhong, a financial executive of Zedong Film Company, and also the producer of films such as 2046. The relationship between the two is both superior and subordinate, and they are also friends who get along well. Chen Huzhong raised his head and thought for a while. After a long silence, he said, "Didn't director Ken Loach also ask you out a few days ago? They all came to test us, so this matter will be difficult to handle." Then he said helplessly, "We can't afford to offend those people, nor can we refuse their kindness. Therefore, we have to win more awards to make a fuss." Yeah. The king of sunglasses was not stupid. If he didn't know how to please others and say nice things, he would have been beaten to death by investors long ago. Then, we can use acting awards to fill the vacancy. This is the least risky. That's the only way. Chen Huzhong nodded. In addition, who are you going to vote for the Palme d'Or? Pick the one with the highest support from the two anti-war films. I think the other judges think so too. It's never wrong to follow the crowd. It's feasible. After the opening ceremony, the atmosphere about movies in Cannes began to gradually become lively. There are hundreds of films arranged by cinemas, beaches, auditoriums, and even the squares in the cinema palace in various parts of the city, as well as many independent filmmakers who promote the films at their own expense. It can be said to be a real film festival. Of course, among them, the most watched by the audience and the media is undoubtedly the official film list of the film festival. The organizers also have a set of arrangements for the screenings of each competition unit. The basic rule is to schedule according to the fame of the film director and the audience of the subject matter, so that the screening activities lasting more than a week will not be too dull and no one can be missed. On this morning, Lyman was free and personally looked at the scheduling of the non-competition unit. According to the system and the favors received, although it was very troublesome, nothing went wrong. As soon as the film was released, it attracted movie lovers one by one. It is said that during the Cannes Film Festival, movie fans have a lot of freedom to choose films. The number of screenings in the theater and on the roadside in one day is extremely considerable. You can go wherever you want to watch it. Occasionally finding a favorite movie is also a happy thing. Of course, most of the films here are not even qualified for theatrical screenings, and there are many strange narratives. But after all, this atmosphere is liked by many movie lovers. On the other hand, Lyman is also taking people to various places, scattered to find movies with distribution potential, so as to buy the copyright and make some profits in the North American market. The distribution company has high requirements for the number of film sources. After all, if there is no distribution task, wages must be paid, and manpower and market space are wasted. Therefore, a trading platform like Cannes is still in great demand by Blue Butterfly Pictures, the main competition unit of the Film Palace. A long line formed in front of a large-scale and exquisitely decorated screening room. Everyone was communicating enthusiastically and waiting to enter. Not far away, a gray-haired old man watched this scene with satisfaction. This morning, the main competition venue had a total of 2 movies, one of which was The Wind That Shakes the Wheat, directed by this old man. Yes, the old man's name is Ken Loach, a British director born in 1936, who graduated from the law department of Oxford University. Counting it, this is his 4th time competing in Cannes. In his early years, as a new director, he had no connections, so he often ran for the Cannes Film Festival, not just Cannes. This run lasted for more than 20 years. From middle age to old age, he never got a Palme d'Or. Such regrets, missing the nomination, had long become his obsession. Fortunately, at this session, the organizing committee finally paid attention to him and arranged his film on the first day after the opening, which was enough to understand the deep meaning behind it. However, what was a little unpleasant was that in another exhibition hall not far from the theater, Pedro Almodovar's film Volunteer was also attracting many audiences to enter and support. Ken Loach knew very well that this year's Cannes Film Festival was the most threatening to him winning the grand prize. And whether it was comparing qualifications or anything else, the hesitation of the jury can be seen from the choice of the first 2 films scheduled on the first day. Ken Loach looked at them meaningfully, watching the team gradually disappear, and the remaining audience who had not entered the venue dispersed because they had no seats, and then he retracted his gaze and walked into his own exhibition hall. About half an hour later, the story gradually got better, and few people in the exhibition hall left, and the retention rate was quite good. This made Ken Loach, who had been paying attention to this matter, feel a little relieved. The movie has no advantage in impressing the audience, but there will really be a large-scale departure. Every year, films that have similar reactions basically cannot win the final award. After all, Ken Loach is old and has limited energy. In addition to secretly gratifying for a while, he quickly put his mind on the movie he had worked hard to shoot. Even though he was very familiar with it, he still couldn't help thinking about the story and process. The background of The Wind That Shakes the Wheat Waves revolves around some things that happened in the Irish War of Independence after dramatic processing, mainly through the painful experiences of three ordinary young people in this. The historical weight of the Irish in this special period and the heavy ink of the bloody chapter brought by British colonization are reproduced from the perspectives of different people. In other words, this is a British director who uses the attitude of facing history to show that period of history. What is rare is that the narrative, but is not crooked. No criticism, no approval, no whitewashing. Even because of this kind of explanation of social problems and some care for the lower class people, mainly sympathy for the Irish. He was also labeled as suspected of treason by gossip entertainment reporters, and it was mainly the British media who said so. Of course, the British media is never afraid of making a big deal. This kind of distortion can only be regarded as a small daily means. Ken Loach himself did not take it seriously. He is 70 years old and has nothing to ask for except movies and some obsession with awards. Even though The Sun publicly criticized that The Wind That Shakes the Barley is a movie that supports the Irish Republican Army and the purpose of making the film is to ruin the reputation of Britain, he still did not waver and took it to Cannes for screening. Is it wrong to face history? Ken Loach's purpose is just to tell people not to start an unjust war, and just to compare it with the Iraq War. Whenever there is an internal conflict, don't always think of using external war to divert it. This is what he wants to express. War is just a continuation of politics. It is not an end, but a means. The Wind That Shakes the Barley tells such a story through the resistance of three lower class people. And in the internal screening, it was recognized by most of the judges. The struggle of the Republican Army forced the British Army to sign a treaty and stop bloodshed and sacrifice. However, the initial victory was only a superficial phenomenon. It soon ushered in internal purges and civil war broke out. The so-called fighting side by side was just a continuation of the struggle for power. The style of the film is serious and realistic, and it is still very good. And what has happened has passed, and Ken Loach himself still has a very respectful attitude towards history. Oh, it is also worth mentioning that Cillian Murphy, the Scarecrow in The Mystery of the Dark Knight, has appeared in the starring loop. After the screening, Ken Loach saw that the audience was still discussing enthusiastically, and he felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. For the director, what could be more satisfying than being loved by the audience? He stood up with joy, slowly and deliberately moved into the crowd, and occasionally chatted with a few familiar judges. The words were all human gestures. Everyone spoke of justice, but they were all selfish inside, and there were countless connections and social exchanges. Ken Loach is also very used to this rhythm. For others, the desire to present the award is far less strong than the desire to gain benefits and make connections. Ken Loach sighed a few times in his heart, and then joined in very naturally. After missing the Palme d'Or 3 times, he really wanted to win it once. Not for anything else, just for the momentary glory and satisfaction. Chapter 647 Analysis. Subscriptions. Votes required. Compared with several directors who aspire to compete for the final grand prize, Lyman is really the best example of someone who can adapt to the situation. Lyman feels that he has already won it once, so how can he compete with others? Therefore, waiting for the result quietly is a more comfortable way. At least there is compensation. But before that, there are still a few things to consider clearly. Lyman sat in the office chair in the conference hall, holding the schedule report and thinking about it. The arrangement of non-competition is just as unfair as the main competition. in his hands. Some movies can be screened once a day, while others have a chance to be screened once every 4 or 5 days. As we all know, the more audiences there are, the louder the voice, at least the more you can get, so the number of shifts is really important. Then, it's time to think about Babel, and No Country for Old Men. Lyman roughly divided the list into several levels according to the film list. One category is works such as The Wind That Shakes the Wheat, Return, Flanders, etc., which have both connections and advantageous material selection, and have the greatest chance of winning the grand prize. Another category is works such as Southern Legends, Fast Food Nation, Glory Days, etc., which are slightly inferior, but are also at the front of the queue. The last are works such as Family Friend, The Lantern at Dusk, March Youth, etc., which are selected by various regions for differentiation, and their chances of winning can only be said to be very slim. After sorting out the options, Lyman first crossed out the last category of movies. Because if the jury or the organizing committee is not crazy, they will not give awards to such movies, because there is no advantage in comparison with each other, and they can't control the situation at all. According to Lyman's classification, Babel should be in the second category. Among them, Family Friend is directed by Italian director Paolo Sorrentino, whose style is postmodern small narrative, and he likes to shoot very trivial characters' daily life. The film lens has a baroque traditional picture texture, which is very competitive. But it is precisely because of the emphasis on the lens and the neglect of the plot tension that his films almost do not have a complete storyline. They are always in a state of dismantling, interweaving, and paralleling, which is very different from the path of Babel, and the direction of winning the award is not overlapping. The Lantern at Dusk is needless to say. The director Aki Kaurismäki is a Finn. The film is also the finale of the Finland trilogy and the overall style is relatively gloomy. In other words, this director is best at the gloomy style, but this movie is very short, with the main content of less than 70 minutes. It still depicts the lonely and desperate life trajectory of a deceived person. It is very depressing to watch, and it is also the kind of cruel and real tragedy that most audiences do not like. It is too cold and the subject matter is not novel. The chance of winning the award is quite small. Then there is March Youth. The competitiveness is not very strong. The director Pedro Costa is Portuguese, and Portuguese films have never been popular internationally. The key is that the plot of the film is also very bland, and the subject matter does not follow the trend, which is lower than the above two. Therefore, Babel is relatively prominent in the second waiting camp. Then No Country for Old Men is basically a big prize. There is nothing much to say. After all, the Cannes Film Festival is the official French film festival. In addition to Lyman, there are several French filmmakers whose works have been selected. The support is obvious to all. Anyway, it would be strange if no French works were selected for each Cannes Film Festival. In the first echelon, in addition to the most competitive Return and The Wind That Shakes the Wheat Waves, there is also Days of Glory that cannot be ignored. Director John Boorman is also an international director. He is best at telling exciting stories with gorgeous visual styles. In other words, this person is very distinctive in plot and lens. As early as 1970, he won the Cannes Best Director award with The Last Leo, and Days of Glory is also one of the must-see comedy films. The director uses the perspective of a little boy to recall some things in his childhood. John Boorman's self-substitution. In the chaotic war years, there were wars everywhere, but children could always find the source of happiness in the life that adults thought was miserable. Sister Socks, German Jam, secretly watching girls bathing and catching big fish in the river. This film is definitely a master's style. Compared with The Wind That Shakes the Wheat, it takes a light-hearted approach to the war, and even jokes about the bombing and collapse of the school building, and the children shouting happily that they don't have to go to school. It is full of humor, but it accurately tells that period of history. After analyzing and understanding all the competitors, there is another problem now, which is about the theater screening. In 4 days, No Country for Old Men will be pushed into North American theaters. In this regard, Blue Butterfly Pictures has allocated about 1,750 screens, which is pretty good. After all, this time it is an independent release. Of course, Lyman is more concerned about the audience market and the pressure of the Da Vinci Code. The current box office champion in the late May period is the Da Vinci Code, which was released not long ago. It won $77 million in North America in the first weekend, and its reputation was rarely boycotted by religious people and thus declined. After the slogan "Everyone has a code in their heart" was released, the impressions from different places were quite mixed. The mainstream reviews in Canada said that it was too dependent on the original work and Tom Hanks' imitation scholar hairstyle was too ugly, while the British laughed and said it was the best mockery of Catholicism. The United States said that the movie was good, but it could not make a sensation around the world and the regional cultural restrictions were too high. But for North American audiences, except for Catholics, everyone was happy to support the Da Vinci Code because the film was of high quality and could meet the spiritual needs of watching movies. That's all. The hot sales of this film once again proved that the more controversy and boycotts there are, the less likely it is to fail. The film even broke the record in film history on the first day of its release in Italy. Subsequently, at the end of the week, the global box office of $224 million was enough to prove the box office potential of the Da Vinci Code. In this week's North American rankings, in addition to the Da Vinci Code ranked first, the second place was the animated film Over the Hedge, which earned $37.28 million. Another worth mentioning is the low-budget horror film See No Evil produced by Lionsgate, which ranked 6th with $4.35 million. What's more interesting is that this time the opinions of American film critics are quite unified. They generally believe that the Da Vinci Code is a suspense film that is surprising and entertaining. Of course, Tom Hanks' performance is his slowest one. The successful box office reputation in the first week basically announced that the subsequent box office trend will not collapse. And No Country for Old Men can also compete with the Da Vinci Code for the market in the second half of the schedule, and the pressure is very high. Lyman thought that if the reputation is heated up in Cannes first, it may be able to grab a wave of popularity. Otherwise, it all depends on the long-term trend and the overall score will definitely not be comparable. This is the only place where No Country for Old Men can make a difference. It is too difficult to compare with other works. Even though Lyman has directed many works and has accumulated a good reputation among the audience, it is still far behind the first-line masterpieces such as the Da Vinci Code, which are on the rise. Don't you see that the senior executives of Columbia can't help laughing? This result is their most popular one since Spider-Man, and it can also produce sequels and series. If you want to participate in such a box office melee, you will definitely be overshadowed if you don't make a name for yourself at the beginning. Lyman is still very clear about this. Of course, the production cost of No Country for Old Men is not high after all, and the risk of not being able to make a profit is still very small. If we talk about the winner, this is considered to be a break-even profit, but No Country for Old Men has a greater geographical factor, and the overseas market is narrower than the Da Vinci Code. It can only rely on the North American market, so it has to fight. The most golden time slot of the summer season is definitely not related to Firefly, but relying on the market strength on the eve of the release, it can get a share of the golden time slot of the summer season. This is why No Country for Old Men was scheduled on May 24th. After all, who doesn't want to enjoy the largest audience base and the broadest market space? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Murder Caused by Greed. Please subscribe and vote at the notice board outside the main competition venue of the Film Palace. To local young people who were invited by the film festival to help run errands, carefully posted today's schedule. At the end, they checked it once or twice to make sure it was correct before leaving. It was obvious that they took it very seriously. Someone had come to wait for a long time and was happy to see the schedule. However, the Cannes Film Festival attracted many foreign tourists and movie lovers from all over the world. Therefore, there are thousands of people wandering around the Film Palace every day. At noon on the 19th, which was the third day after the opening ceremony, the hotels and restaurants near the Film Palace were booming at dinner time. The guests gathered into small groups, and the topics they talked about and exchanged their views were basically related to the film screening. 4 people were sitting at a table in the lobby on the first floor. A younger one of them was holding a brochure in his hand. While the restaurant was not serving the food, he lowered his head and flipped through it. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, "It's finally scheduled. Lemon's new work will be shown at 3 p.m. in the Salle Lumiere." He is also a fan of director Last. After knowing that it was shortlisted for Cannes, he rushed over from Italy just to have a glimpse. But everyone around him was paying attention to the official movie list. The central figure in this sentence is still the most famous French director in recent years, Lemon Last. Don't forget, France is the home court. Suddenly, the restaurant, which was quite lively just now and talked about different topics, became quiet for a while. Then there were all kinds of confirmations. Is it really scheduled? The Salle Lumiere. We have to grab the tickets quickly, otherwise there will be too many people. There were surprises, joy, and excitement. The young man unfolded the brochure, pushed it in front of his companions and continued, "Look at the information below this film. It's a Western crime theme. I wonder how exciting it is." For a moment, the thought of eating was scattered. The screening of No Country for Old Men was indeed scheduled to be held at the Lumiere Hall at 3 p.m. It must be said that Cannes was still very respectful and directly chose the largest screening hall to support it. After the news came out through the viewing brochure or notice board, it soon became the most popular topic for discussion among the movie lovers gathered here. After all, Lemon's films have long been transported to the film market around the world through the big network of Hollywood. People in various regions have at least been exposed to them. Compared with several other big directors, they are not unfamiliar. Every fan who is interested in watching the movie at the first time sighed a few times and then immediately rushed to the Lumiere Hall. Perhaps they all realized the difficulty of grabbing tickets. Sure enough, it was only a few minutes after 1 p.m. and the previous movie had just been shown, and a long line formed at the window. According to this, if you line up later, you have to worry about whether there are seats in the screening hall. Seeing this scene, many people were scolding the organizers for not being able to do things. How could this hall be enough? At least one more session should be added. Moreover, more and more people came at this time, with no intention of stopping. Some people even paid to buy the front seats directly, just for a priority. Unfortunately, the film festival has its own regulations, and there are indeed too few exhibition halls. It is difficult to take care of the 21 shortlisted films. Some films are scheduled for a week later. Of course, if the audience has needs, it is still possible to meet them a little. For example, giving one shift every day is either impossible, or they will be accused of being biased and unfair. I don't know how long it took, and 2 more people walked into the Lumiere Hall outside. These 2 people were the Sunglasses King and Chen Huzhang, who came to show their support. As the screening approached, the team outside still did not disperse, which was very touching. "It's really popular," Chen Huzhang said to the King of Sunglasses. "Such appeal is rare." Although the King of Sunglasses was a little touched in his heart, he still replied indifferently, "Well, it's really rare. In this case, I'm afraid that it won't convince the public in the end, and will only cause criticism." Chen Huzhang said with a little worry, "Okay, these movies need to be ranked at the top, and the rest will be decided based on the situation. Besides, being sought after by fans has nothing to do with awards. There are so many directors who think they are talented, who would be willing to be inferior to others. This is a bad account." After chatting for a while and feeling a little, the 2 of them naturally didn't need to rush for tickets and walked directly into the theater from the side door. Later, Lemon and the crew of No Country for Old Men also arrived. The scene was a commotion for a while, but soon quieted down. Anyway, everyone came to watch a movie. Under the attention of film critics, audiences and some filmmakers, the lights went out one by one. At this time, the theater that can accommodate 800 or 900 people was already full. Although similar situations are not unique in Cannes, after all, those who can visit here during the film festival at least have some expectations for the film. Such scenes are not unfamiliar to the main creators of the crew. Everyone has experienced film screenings to some extent. The kind of work that is about to be evaluated by the public is also a bit uneasy. After all, this movie has their contribution, not some irrelevant work, so naturally they are more entangled. But this state of entanglement soon disappeared. After the opening blue butterfly animation, the screen became dark again. The movie started. It was a piece of dog-head gold that glowed with infinite charm in the sun. In the wilderness, the background music of melodious trumpet instruments sounded like a breeze, and then a silly young man with a toothy smile appeared. This strong-looking young man, who had just come out of the mine, with sweat stains mixed with mud and dust, looked not very clean, just held up the dog-head gold with a shining look in his eyes. The work in the mine is hard, and more than half of the men in the whole town work in this mine. The mine was briefly introduced in the fast flickering camera. The mine was opened 5 years ago. The boss is a middle-aged white man with a big gold chain, neat hair and a dislike for smiling. His name is Monterey. No one knows how Monterey accumulated his first fortune. The people in the town only know that he started mining after he came with machinery and a group of people who looked difficult to deal with. In the past, people in the town went out to find jobs, but later they gradually worked in the mine. After all, they would sell their labor wherever they went, so they might as well choose a closer one. The salary in the mine is neither high nor low, but it is very hard work. Going down into the deep mine always gives people a sense of claustrophobia. A year ago, the mine collapsed, and 2 people died. Monterey paid a sum of money, but the family members still wanted to make a fuss. In the end, somehow it was left unresolved. It is said that another sum of money was given to keep them quiet, but those people soon disappeared from the town. Everyone said that they went to other places. The young man went home to hide the nugget gold, went to the best restaurant in the town for dinner, and ordered a large plate of beef, which he ate with relish. A companion passing by saw that he was spending so lavishly, and joked that he didn't want to get married and planned to live alone. The young man smiled and drank a large glass of beer, feeling that the hard days were over. On the way home, the young man met a strong man, who was the most common person around Monterey. When the man saw him, he said that today was the day when the mine paid wages, and why did you come back so early? After that, he took out an envelope from his arms. The young man put the money away, and threw the envelope away. The strong man saw it, but he didn't know what he was thinking, and just watched his back go away. The camera turned, and in a beautifully decorated room, the phone rang. Monterey, the owner of the mine, frowned and hung up the phone. It was his mining group that was under investigation for opening a mine privately without complete procedures, and the call was from his subordinates. Monterey just said that he knew. In a dim room, a large piece of natural gold nuggets was placed on the table. An old man with glasses smiled with satisfaction, but said that he could not raise funds at the moment, so he asked the young man to come back in 2 days. The young man was a little depressed, wrapped the gold nuggets with a silk scarf, put them in his pocket and left. The old man made a phone call. 2 days later, the young man came to the place of transaction. A pair of greedy eyes stared at the young man, and then a strong man greeted him first. "Did you bring the things?" Chapter 649, The Nervous Killer. Subscribe, vote. The nugget gold was still so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it. After checking the goods, the old man's men took out a silver suitcase filled with green franklins that made people's hearts beat. "Here are 200,000. The man gave a kind smile. The young man nodded, took the suitcase in a hurry, and after a careful inspection, he was about to leave. But obviously, the sudden wealth was not so easy to take away. After a period of chaos, only a gunshot was heard, and the young man with a silly smile fell to the ground. The man with the gun took the nugget gold and the suitcase. His face was filled with a bright smile, and he couldn't help laughing wantonly and ostentatiously. As for killing a person, is that something worth noting? Under the wilderness, the laws that this land abides by are pouring out. Then, the body was thrown into the mine at will. In the screening room, Ian adjusted his sitting posture slightly, and his eyes showed a strong interest. He is a semi-professional film critic and occasionally a freelance writer who writes general articles. The movie No Country for Old Men that he came to watch specially did not disappoint his expectations. The opening shot of less than 7 minutes accurately portrayed the overall and local details without making any noise. More importantly, the opening scene started with the death of a character, which was quite simple and murderous, laying the tone for the entire plot. Such a strong wild style also made people more curious about the subsequent direction. I don't understand why this happened. The young man disappeared, and his friend came to report the case. In the town's police station, the old sheriff Ed took a newly appointed young police officer to investigate. After repeated inquiries without results and no clues, Ed sat in the police car and couldn't help talking. He talked about when he was young, he never had to carry a gun when he went out on duty. At that time, the biggest thing that happened was just theft or fighting over trivial matters, and there was never any death, injury, or disappearance. How could a grown man disappear for no reason? Ed's many years of experience as a police officer told him that something must have happened. The idyllic old days are gone forever, he continued to sigh. The young police officer didn't think so much, he just wanted to finish the task quickly. In the voiceover, in the 1980s, on the side of a Texas wild road, a man with a mushroom head hairstyle was handcuffed and calmly got into a police car. The police officer who arrested him held a strange device similar to an oxygen tank in his hand. In the empty and bleak Gobi scenery, the prisoner was taken to the police station, and the young police officer began to call to report his police situation. The mushroom-headed prisoner sat in the corner very calmly, as if he had returned home. He slowly twisted the handcuffs in front of him, walked slowly behind the police, and strangled him from behind. The young police officer resisted vigorously, but the mushroom-headed man's eyes were as calm as if he had killed an animal. Gradually, the young police officer could not struggle anymore, and a lot of blood was cut from his neck by the handcuffs. The whole process was clean, neat, and calm. In an instant, the tense and suffocating killing was completed so easily. The mushroom-headed man even ran to the bathroom to clean the bloodstains. The whole character's personality was suddenly imprinted in the audience's mind with this scene, and a deep memory was established. The violent and rampant mushroom head was wantonly exposed, especially in the scene of the police station. Ian only felt that the narrative method used by Lyman to explain the story in the form of a split act, and only gave the beginning and the end, ignoring the process, was very interesting, and faintly added a few serialized dramas that could not be touched, but the construction of the lens was extremely clean, as if it was deliberately expressed in this way. Especially the ubiquitous violence, which made the crime logical. I didn't know how to describe such absurdity. Sometimes people have to sell their souls. I can only say, okay, I will adapt to this world. The plain and simple narration sounded again, and the hidden melodious melody deeply attracted to continue. The name of the mushroom head is Anton, and he is a little neurotic. After killing a policeman in the police station, he picked up the oxygen tank, unlocked the handcuffs with the key, and took the police car that brought him there. But Anton felt that the police car did not match his identity, or he was afraid of exposing his whereabouts, so he stopped another ordinary SUV on the road. Some confused drivers looked at Anton, who got off the police car and asked the police officer what he wanted to see him for. Anton slowly approached with an oxygen tank and smiled. "I need you to get off the car, sir." The driver did so. Anton maintained his evil smile and continued, "Can you stand still, sir?" The driver still did so. Then, Anton pointed one end of the oxygen tank's jet hole at the driver's forehead. With a gentle pressure, a small hole was left on the driver's forehead. This murder weapon is not easy to make people alert, and it is very convenient to use strong pressure to kill people, but it also left a deep impression on the audience. Halfway up the hill, a man wearing a cowboy hat was looking at the antelope herd in the distance with a telescope. He was Moss, a retired hunter from the Vietnam War. After aiming for a long time, he pulled the trigger, but his luck was not very good, and he didn't hit a single antelope. Moss picked up the shell and walked back depressed. Halfway through the drive, it was already evening. There were several cars parked at the bottom of a rocky slope. This place was still some distance from the town, and was rarely visited by people. Moss was wary but curious, and wanted to find out what the cars below were doing here. Moss approached with a shotgun alertly. There were several bodies lying on the open ground. There were bloodstains on the car and the ground. This was obviously a tragic gunfight scene, and many gun shells were scattered on the ground. After all, Moss had just come down from the battlefield, so he was not afraid of everything in front of him. He carefully checked the vehicles and found an old man in a pickup truck. He was shot in the abdomen and was dying. When he saw Moss, he asked him for help and said he was thirsty. This old man was the businessman who wanted to buy the nugget gold. There was a suitcase next to him. Seeing that he had lost his ability to move, Moss took the suitcase and opened it. It was a full box of Franklins, and on top of it was a small black package, which was the nugget gold. Moss hesitated. He knew that, if he wanted to steal the money, it would definitely bring trouble. But then, he felt that it was still under his control. As long as he didn't reveal any flaws, who knew who took the money? In the end, greed and self-confidence took over. Moss's home was in the remote east of the town. It was not very good to look at the situation. It was estimated that he didn't live a rich life. After returning home, his wife Kara asked Moss where the box came from. Moss didn't hide it and said that it was full of money, at least 200,000. Moss's honesty made Kara think he was talking nonsense. At night, Moss lay in bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. This day made his thoughts inevitably confused. So much money was enough for Moss and his family to live a good life in Texas in the 1980s. But the irony is that he came down from the battlefield in order to get rid of the previous memories, or get rid of the days of blood and flesh flying and being insecure. He could make his mind and body calm and devoutly believe in Christianity. The inexplicable wealth and the dying old man constantly tortured Moss, which made him want to make up for it. Anyway, he had planned to leave here with his wife and start a new life. Therefore, he took water and food and planned to return to the scene of the firefight to comfort himself. And there, a group of people were also thinking about where the money went. This group of people were Mondley's men, and the money and the nugget gold were matters that their boss noticed. It turned out that the young man was targeted by the strong man when he sold it that day. Killing him and getting the nugget gold inevitably gave rise to the idea of taking it for himself. The strong man wanted to escape from here, but was stopped by Mondley because Mondley thought his men wanted to betray him, not to mention that these people knew a lot of bad things about the mine. At the time of investigation, Mondley killed people in order to conceal all this, but unexpectedly, the resistance was too strong and neither group of people could come back. So, he sent another team of men. After arriving at the scene, the old man confessed everything and was shot to silence him, but they also knew that the money was taken away by a stranger. Not knowing where to go, the only option was to wait and see, but unexpectedly, Moss really bumped into him. Chapter 650, Killing in Progress. Subscribe, vote. Under the moonlight, Moss drove to the scene of the firefight. But he didn't expect that, as soon as he parked the car, someone came to chase him from the hillside. The person drove the car and raised his gun to shoot without any nonsense. Moss knew that his life was in danger, but he was very familiar with the geography of the area and knew that there was a river in front of him. He could only escape by going there. Moss ran along the S-line with big strides, and the people behind him followed closely. But the bullets were not blind, and Moss was still shot in the shoulder. But fortunately the river was close at hand, and Moss dived into it. The vehicle could not move forward, and the light was not good at night, so the people in the car had to release the hound to chase. The hound roared fiercely, and the sound spread far away. But Moss was not panicked at all. After getting ashore, he took out the pistol from his belt, reloaded the bullet, and breathed heavily on the barrel to reduce the moisture. After some extreme operations, he dared to shoot the hound at the moment he pounced. The story of Moss came to an end. Mushroom Head appeared in the audience's field of vision again. Ian watched intently and was surprised by Lyman's sophistication. The multi-line narrative treatment does not give people a dull feeling of dragging and dragging. Each section is handled very cleanly, and the line is changed when it is necessary. The most important thing is that the structure is strong. The intention of the advancement process is closely tied to the theme of the word wild and wild, and it is constantly polished with scenes. The so-called form is scattered, but the spirit is not scattered. This is it. The most impressive thing about Moss is that he is calm and agile in the face of things. The most profound portrayal is that, after getting the box, he told his wife that he was going to do something stupid. Kara asked, "Since it is a stupid thing, why do you still do it? And it's late at night. Can't you go tomorrow?" Moss said, "If I don't do it, I will regret it later." If it weren't for this, if he didn't return to the scene of the firefight, Moss would definitely not be injured, and his traces would not be discovered. Moss's persistence and the endless violent catharsis in the lens make the story shine with a certain violent aesthetics in the cold and fierce. Different from Wu Beige's slow motion and blood atomization processing, the realism makes people excited. This kind of violent factor hidden deep in the genes is very rare for works of the same type to seduce. Mushroom Head came to a grocery store at a gas station. The owner was an old man who looked dazed. When he saw Mushroom Head, who was dressed strangely, walk in, he couldn't help but be alert. But Mushroom Head was still so neurotic and had a unique way of thinking. He took the candy and ate it while preparing to pay, then took out a coin from his pocket and asked the owner to guess the front and back. The owner didn't want to guess and felt puzzled. But Mushroom Head insisted on letting him guess, as if he would take action if he didn't guess correctly, which scared the old man so much that he didn't want the money in broad daylight and wanted to close the store. But Mushroom Head was still not satisfied without paying the bill and continued to let the owner guess the coin. He also muttered a long reason why he had to guess. And all this was just that the owner casually mentioned whether Mushroom Head came from Texas when he came in, which made Mushroom Head want to kill. However, Mushroom Head is a person who values principles. Of course, this principle is set by himself. And whether to kill or not depends on this coin. In such a tense atmosphere, the shopkeeper guessed right. Mushroom Head handed the coin to the shopkeeper with regret and said that this coin was his lucky coin and it was better not to put it together with ordinary coins because it was different and more meaningful. Then, the camera returned to Moss. He was injured, and after a simple bandage, he immediately took Kara away. The whole process, in less than 4 minutes, was told in a montage way, telling the story of Moss's escape. After Moss disappeared, Mondley listened to the report of his men and was very angry. In this area, no one could challenge his authority, but what was more troublesome was that the investigators were constantly collecting evidence against his mine. Even if Mondley tried to hide part of it, he was still afraid of being found by the authorities, so he hired a lawyer to help him deal with the whole hand and complete the procedures. This lawyer was Jot, played by Heath Ledger. A sophisticated egoist wandering on the edge of grey, Jot has always believed that his knowledge can bring him benefits. Therefore, he always likes to serve certain wealthy people, because only these people will need to avoid the law, get into the cracks, and give him a lot of rewards. In addition, Monterey believes that someone must have reported him, otherwise those investigators would not be so enthusiastic about this matter, and they also refused his bribe. This kind of thing usually involves interests. After thinking for a while, Monterey set his sights on a mining company in the neighboring town, because in this area, only 2 of them are doing this, and they are in the same industry. But the other party is also very powerful, and Monterey doesn't want to confront them directly, so he asked his men to tie up a management and interrogate them first to see if it was the other party who did it. The man couldn't stand the threat of death without speaking. He poured wine into his mouth, or various mixed high alcohol drinks. Even if he died, it can be said that he died of palpitations due to excessive drinking. Then, this person really died because he really didn't know, and what he said was incoherent and even illogical, which made Monterey very dissatisfied. The outbreak of another bloody case made the entire cinema scream, and even the slightly melodious wind music could not conceal this cruelty. Looking at the innocent people being played to death, Monterey still took Jot to deal with the investigators, as if nothing had happened, and privately took out a large sum of money other than the lawyer's fee to ask Jot to give false testimony and complete the formalities. This kind of bloody transaction is really chilling. 2 completely different story directions interweave the same cold rules about wealth. The more law-abiding, the more poor and helpless. Miners and townspeople are all objects of exploitation, but they are extremely law-abiding. However, Moss, Anton, Monterey, Jot and the subordinate who wanted to rob the gangsters all easily obtained huge wealth, just because they were not so obedient and good at taking shortcuts. This great sense of contrast, as well as the hard work of the minds created at the beginning, have to be said to be a very cold-blooded telling of the truth here. Capital has always been bloody. This just right and even deliberate rhythm control is experienced and mature. While dealing with the investigators, Monterey ordered his men to eliminate the risks. At this time, the biggest risk is the missing Moss, because he knows about the murder and the property in his hands. But it is not easy to find Moss, and his men cannot leave the town for too long, because Monterey does not believe that these people will not betray again. So he found someone to help him invite the famous killer Anton to deal with the risk. And Anton, that is, Mushroom Head, still gladly accepted the task after committing many murders. After privately explaining the details through acquaintances, as well as a photo of Moss, Mushroom Head suddenly asked if anyone in the area knew him. The man was stunned and said that we are very hidden here. Unless you are targeted, nothing will happen. Mushroom Head nodded, somewhat understood, and then raised his hand and killed the man who came to find him. Before he died, the man's doubtful and resentful eyes made Mushroom Head dissatisfied and shot him again, and again, and again. Seeing that the man was shot into a sieve, he was dead. A smile appeared on the face of the Mushroom Head. This smile was very evil, with coldness and the brilliance, as if indifferent. The top-down camera gave a clear close-up. But after killing the mission man, the Mushroom Head still looked for the whereabouts of Moss. He killed people, only based on his mood. He killed people when he wanted to, without too many reasons. This crazy and unpredictable dangerous person made the audience in the theater murmur a few words. Because this kind of person, you never know what he is thinking in his mind. Living too self-centeredly is also scary. However, the emotions of the whole audience were still closely tied up by the development of the plot. The story finally returned to Officer Edition. He was still tracking the occurrence of the first murder case and noticed the tragedy of Linsau police station. He wondered how a perverted murderer could jump out of this world. Not long ago, he sent a young garbage to the electric chair. He visited every household and then found that the hunter Moss in the town had suddenly left. According to the neighbors around, he drove away at night and left in a hurry. This situation gave Ed some ideas. At least, this was a visible clue. It was not until this time that the parallel narratives of several main characters came together. Moss took the money and was on the run. Anton found it interesting and chased after him. The killer hired by Mondley dealt with it. Jote was helping to finish it off, and the policeman Ed just had a specific direction to look for. A completely burned car was found in the wilderness. It was the police car carrying the killer Anton. The police from the next state found Ed and asked him to help investigate. Then more clues were exposed one by one, and the body of the first unlucky person who died in the mine was also found. The missing case was solved, and Ed directly ushered in another murder case. Then, the killer Anton ran to Texas and found Moss's house through clues, but Moss had already moved away. Anton felt that he couldn't come in vain, so he took a can of milk from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa and drank it, and then went to the nearest neighbor's house to ask. The neighbor was a fat woman with an ugly face. She was questioned by Ed in the morning, and now someone asked about Moss again, which made her feel irritated, and she didn't want to answer. Even if Anton smiled at her, the fat woman still didn't give her any face. Anton was a little angry with a few words. There was a hint of threat in her words, but the fat woman was not afraid and didn't say anything. Anton was about to take action, but someone outside shouted the fat woman's name. In broad daylight, he still had some concerns. Anton glanced at the fat woman and chose to leave. Seeing Anton being so sensible and still being defeated, the audience in the theater laughed and found it interesting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.